Africa.
Good morning.
Good morning, Africa.
Good morning.
Good morning, Kenya. Good morning, Eswatini. Good morning, Uganda.
Good morning.
Good morning, TZ, Tanzania. Good morning, Somalia. Good morning, South Sudan. Yeah, that's a Kenyan shouting good morning. So guys, I'm going to hand over to Alex to introduce the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, Desma. I'll give a very brief safety moment for the benefit of those who may not have been part of us yesterday. Of course, we're being hosted at the Imperial Royal Hotel, and we've not had any communication to them in as far as them organizing any drill, right? So in the event that any alarm goes off, let us treat it as a real incident, and we'll be required to evacuate from this beautiful auditorium to the assembly point. From where I'm standing, the safest exit is through those doors over there. Take a left turn to the main reception, and you'll find your way towards the main road. And we'll have to assemble there in case of an emergency, and we'll receive further instruction on how to stay safe out there. As I said, we do not expect any drill, so should any alarm go off, please treat it as a real incident. And for places of convenience, right at the back of the auditorium, behind the Victoria University and MTN Uganda exhibition booth, that is where we have our places of convenience, the closest to this place. So should you need to take a health break, kindly feel free, walk towards the back of the auditorium, take my right, and you will be able to take your rest. Without further ado, yesterday we had a very, very brilliant and eventful day one for this inaugural conference. And I want us to get off started by doing a recap. In a few minutes, I'm going to ask the media team, Pacific Events, to carry us through the day. Give us the highlights. What happened yesterday? For those that may not have been, what happened yesterday? For those that may not have been here to catch up with us, and those of us that were here as well, to plug in such that we have a continuous, which is a run of a river project. And they seem to have done quite a lot to ensure that the community is safe. There is no exposure to their facilities. Effects to do with potential drowning, especially from kids, animals, but they wanted a response. So I want to bring this challenge to us delegates. Berkeley wanted to understand, and they were inquiring, if you've done everything like they have in their programs to ensure safety and health for the community, what more can they do to ensure that there is minimal exposure to the community? And Desmo, if you may help, I want to give an opportunity to any one person within the auditorium to share one or two things that our colleagues from Berkeley Energy can pick up on how best they can enhance their community safety program. Anybody out there who could share some information, that would be welcome.
Can I do like a random pick? Am I allowed to do that?
As you please. Yes, ma'am. But I see a hand right here.
Thank you.
Kindly tell us your name, which organization you're coming from, and take it away from there.
Thank you so much, Alex, first of all taking us through a brief of the recap of what happened yesterday. I'm Shaban Bogre, and I work for Frontier Energy Uganda as a portfolio EHS manager. Being part of the same sector, I believe this would be the best approach in my view that can be of help. Considering the fact that this is a runoff means you're diverting water from the main river, channeling into your civil structures until when it gets back to the powerhouse where we generate electricity. And of course, this kind of alignment is in kilometers, and that's why there are risks of drowning because of some open scarce sections. As one of the key challenges that is associated with such designs is, first of all, the cost is a bit high, and also there's been lack of safety in design. Our colleagues in design office, in most cases, especially when it comes to these small hydros, they don't really focus so much on safety, especially when it comes to community safety. Because at the end of the day, their main focus is to ensure that water is reaching the turbines and electricity is generated. So, my approach to this kind of risk is that you need to come up with closing of these open sections. Of course, it's a bit capital intensive, but you can do it in a phased manner. I am not well aware of the current situation. If you had maybe like a report or maybe photos to share, I will be able to give you the exact approach that you can adopt. But of course, in most cases, it is something, if it is an open canal that is running many kilometers, and you come up with a control of closing all these open sections, you can close by use of chain link mats or wire mesh, but you need to get people who understand this work. It's not that everyone can do this kind of work, but some of us, we can support you, but it's something that you can do in a phased manner such that your control is in line with the cash flow. Because if you present a budget, for example, in 400 millions, they will be like, this is a lot of money. And we already negotiated with regulators, we have the tariffs well defined, and this kind of measure is too costly for us. So the best approach is that you need to profile your risk, make sure that you start with those sections that are high risk. Like, for example, crossing points, make sure that those ones are sorted out until when the entire section is actually closed. You can do the cover slabs, but again, the cost will go high. So you need to do a cost-benefit analysis before you interface with your seniors to come up with the right approach. Thank you.
A round of applause to Shaban for ably responding to that concern and sharing your experience. And delegates, what I want to encourage us to do beyond the presentations and listening to the keynote addresses, I want to encourage us to interact, because in this room, we have a wealth of experience. We have a diversity of experts. So the different sectors, we have colleagues in the manufacturing sector, colleagues in the oil and gas, being led by Enoch here today, people in transportation, the medical field. So find your niche. If you have a challenge, do not hesitate to identify with a colleague who may have experienced the very challenges that you're going through, such that we leave this conference with the impact that we desire it. So allow me very quickly to appreciate our sponsors that have made this event a success. those that have partnered with the Safety and Health Association of Uganda, with TOHASA and SHAO, to make this inaugural conference in East Africa a success. We do have MTN Uganda. A round of applause to MTN for standing with us. Roofings Uganda, the strength of a nation. We appreciate you guys for the support you've given us. We have Uganda Breweries Limited, UBL. Those of you who extended your time out there last night to enjoy what Uganda can offer, I'm sure you can give testament to some of the products that UBL manufactures. We have the Uganda National Oil Company, UNOC. A round of applause to them for their support. We have UETCL, our company that is responsible for bulk purchase of power. All the power currently that is being generated in Uganda is transmitted by the Uganda Electricity Transmission Company Limited. We have the Uganda Chamber of Energy and Minerals. A round of applause to them for standing with us. Victoria University, representing the academia in the room. A round of applause to Victoria University for their support. We do have Green Label Services Limited. They did partner with us during organizing. We appreciate you. Among the exhibitors, we have Jazeera Trade Hub, all the way from Kenya. Appreciate Jazeera. Uganda Bati Limited. A round of applause. Tando, quite a unique name. They also come from Kenya. Thank you for making it for this inaugural Health and Safety Conference for East Africa. We have Tope Safety also coming through from Kenya. Wow. I want to give a challenge to the rest of us, our colleagues from Eswatini, South Sudan, Somalia. Wherever we'll be going next time, we want to see not only delegates and participants, but we want to see you coming to showcase the products and services as exhibitors as well. We have DOSH, the Department of Occupational Safety and Health. They are not only here as regulators, but the exhibitors as well, and their stall is right at the back. If you have any questions, issues to do with the regulation, please feel free to check out with them, and I'm sure your concerns will be addressed. And of course, the Safety and Health Association of Uganda, SHAO. They are exhibitors. We do have merchandise. Safety and Health Association of Uganda merchandise. Beautiful t-shirts, bottles for you to hydrate, key holders. Please feel free to pass by their booth and get yourself something to carry away from Uganda from this conference. We have a very, very beautiful magazine that was put together, which contains some of the papers that were presented yesterday and some that will be presented today as well. And the magazine was put together by a service provider called Roots Printery. Let's appreciate them for the good work. Of course, we have Pacific Events, our media partner. And those that sponsored the magazine, we have the Africa Vision Zero Network. A round of applause to the network. Eco and Partner Consult. They were part of the magazine sponsors. Yes, I did mention UETCL. We have Osh Pro from Kenya and Nebosh. In a short while, we'll be having a presentation from Nebosh. The team did not make it in person, but they've packaged a very beautiful video, which is going to be played to us. In a bit, I'll be instructing the media team to play that message from Nebosh. And of course, a round of applause to Geotropic Consults, which puts food on my table, for being partners in this cause as well. So, Pacific team, are we ready to have the address and video from Nebosh? Please proceed.
Colleagues from the East African Community Occupational Safety and Health Conference. My name is Maria Mandu and I am the Social Development Manager at Nebosh, based in the UK. The National Examination Board in Occupational Safety and Health is an organisation that runs a number of qualifications internationally in health, safety, well-being and environment. I am devastated that I cannot make the day today, but I hope that this short speech will show our support for the conference, as well as some of the fantastic initiatives that we are doing through the Social Purpose Programme. Our Social Purpose Programme is designed to give back to the world of occupational safety and health. We have over 25 projects running in 11 countries, and we are so pleased to support initiatives in Africa and specifically Uganda. The number of activities that we have in Africa is increasing. We have a women's PPE project based in Nigeria. We have a deaf awareness and health and safety training program in Kenya. And we also have an artisanal and small scale mining project going on in Zimbabwe and Uganda. The results for these initiatives have been fantastic. We have managed to reach collectively over 75,000 indirect beneficiaries across the full programme across the world. The initiative in Uganda has really picked up in terms of artisanal and small-scale mining, identifying new ways in which we can be safer and encouraging small mining to be a safe practice. We support those projects for people who cannot advocate for themselves, particularly in the informal working sector, and we really champion the work that is going on in Africa and particularly East Africa. We are keen to support projects in East Africa, and we welcome expressions of interest when our window of opportunity opens for funding, which will be next April. I would be very, very pleased to speak to anybody that would be interested in supporting our Social Purpose Programme. I wish you a very good conference and a really great day, and apologies I couldn't be there again, but know that Nebosh support this initiative and I hope that the conference goes really well. Thank you and goodbye.
And I believe we relate with that address, and I want to encourage us to subscribe and take part in the courses that Nebosh has to offer. I particularly picked interest when she did talk about mining. Yesterday you heard when the minister was giving his keynote address, he talked about growing our economy. And one of the pillars or the vehicles that the government has picked up to ensure that this drive is a success is in the minerals or the mining sector, right? And we have a lot of artisanal miners. We have what we call rare earth metals in Uganda that have been discovered. Exploration has been done, and we are moving into the development phase, value addition to these minerals. So let's take part in these courses. Let's be prepared such that you, the experts, guide your teams to safely add value to these products and to drive our economy forward by tenfold. Now, we're going to get into a session where we're going to have a keynote address. And this keynote is going to be from none other than one of the representatives from our academia partners, Victoria University. I'm going to invite Professor Augustine. And he has a very rich CV, but I'm going to read out a short bio as I usher him into the room. Prof, I want to apologize that I will not be in position to pronounce your surname. So let me keep it at Professor Augustine, and hopefully you'll help us pronounce that name for the delegates so I don't have to make any mistakes. So Prof. Augustine is a distinguished professor of energy, safety and environment, and is the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs at Victoria University, which is based right here in Kampala. With over 2 decades of experience in the global oil and gas industry, energy systems, environmental sustainability, and safety management, Professor Augustine has worked with multinational organizations and major industry players, including Shell, ExxonMobil, Chevron, Texaco, Total, Eni, Schlumberger, and ConocoPhillips, with expertise in QHSE, environmental compliance, process safety, operational risk, and sustainable energy. Previously, he pioneered and led the development of energy and oil and gas programs at Coventry University in the UK. He has also consulted for governments and institutions across Africa, the Middle East, and beyond. And he continues to advance Africa's energy sector through research, policy, industry collaboration, and professional trainings. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, kindly join me to welcome Professor Augustus to give us his keynote address.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished delegates to this particular conference. It's my special in the oil and gas industry across particularly the Gulf of Guinea, so Nigeria, Ghana, Liberia, and also having worked in other climes, including the United Kingdom, where I am so passionate about occupational health and safety. I started my career many years ago as just a safety officer in the Gulf of Guinea, working for a company called Fugro, which was a Dutch company that at the time was based in Nigeria. And so I saw quite a lot happen in my formative years of doing health and safety. And because of that, I have a huge passion for occupational health and safety, because I do think that every worker has the right to go to work and go back home alive. And that is why every time I have opportunity to talk to people about occupational health and safety, I am very, very excited. So, good morning once again, everyone. I'm Professor Augustine Ifelebwegu, and it's my privilege this morning to address you in this important conference, and it comes under the theme Resilient and Inclusive Workplace, Occupational Safety and Health for Formal and Informal Economies. And I'm glad that we are looking beyond the formal setting into the informal setting, which is a very, very important aspect that we need to talk about. I would like to begin with a simple proposition, which is that every worker deserves to return home safely. And it should not matter whether they work or the worker spends his day in a modern oil and gas facility, or whether in a hospital, or a university, or a construction site, even if it's a factory, a commercial farm, or a roadside workshop, or even the market woman, or the border man that some of you took when you were coming here. The value of human life does not change because of the workplace, whether it's formal or informal. Yet, unfortunately, our occupational safety and health system often tend to behave as though health and safety is only important in the formal setting. Across East Africa, we have developed laws, We have developed institutions. We have developed inspection systems, corporate safety frameworks, and many large organizations now have sophisticated safety management system. Today we speak of the ISO standards like 45001, and of course the quality management system like 9000. Today we talk about process safety and loss prevention. We talk about behavioral safety. We talk about leading and lagging indicators. We talk about digital monitoring and predictive analytics. These are great. They're important development. But outside many of these former workplaces, we have another economy. It is a mechanic working underneath a vehicle supported by improvised equipment. It is the welder who is working without any adequate eye protection. It is a construction worker who is operating at height without a fall protection. It is the market trader exposed to heat and poor sanitation. It is the agricultural worker handling pesticides without adequate information or personal protective equipment. It is the border rider who is spending 10 or 12 hours navigating traffic, pollution, fatigue, and extreme weather. It is the waste picker who is handling hazardous materials with little protection. These workers are not at the margin of the East African economy. Actually, they are the East African economy. So the International Labour Organization today will tell us that the informal employment accounts for greater majority of employment in sub-Saharan Africa. In many of our countries, informal work is not an exemption to the labor market, it is a dominant form. Therefore, an occupational safety strategy that effectively reaches only the formal economy cannot be considered to be inclusive. Now, Eacosh systems, or occupational health and safety systems that exclude these people needs to be revisited. The scale of the challenge is much. Globally, work continues to impose an enormous burden on human health. And the ILO estimates that close to 3 million people are killed every year as a result of occupational illnesses, occupational accidents in the workplace. For a moment, think about that. 3 million people. I can count a few countries with a population of 3 million people or less. So we literally wipe out a country every year as a result of occupational safety, accidents, and illnesses. So there is a lot of work to be done, and there is a lot that we need to do. The economic consequences of this is substantial. Unsafe work reduces productivity through absenteeism, presenteeism, compensation costs, equipment damage, interrupted production, huge staff turnover, and even loss of organizational knowledge. Occupational safety is therefore not just simply a matter of compliance. It's a development issue as well. It's a productivity issue, and it's a public health issue. Affordability matters. Language also matters. And more importantly, trust matters. Imagine a short occupational safety module delivered through mobile phones in local languages. Imagine a QR code at a construction site providing workers with simple hazard guidelines. Imagine groups of small workshops jointly assessing occupational health services. And imagine microfinance premiums linked to completion of basic safety training. Imagine border associations incorporating road safety, fatigue management, and basic occupational health in their rider certification. None of this intervention requires expensive artificial intelligence technology. Sometimes innovation means applying simple technology intelligently. In all of this, inclusion must be very important. Inclusion must also mean listening to workers. There is another dimension of inclusion that deserves my attention this morning. I want to talk about it. Workers must participate in decisions about their own safety. Too often, safety is something management does to workers. Procedures are written, policies are issued, training is delivered, but the worker who actually performs the task may never have asked how the work could be made safer. We need to get people on the ground floor involved in the process. I've worked for many years as a consultant, and I have written consultancy reports for various industries on health and safety. And sometimes they say, oh, this is brilliant. They think I'm such an intelligent person. But the truth is, a lot of those solutions in those reports, I didn't come up with them. It was the guys on the ground floor, the cleaner, the operator on the ground floor that provided those solutions. That is where the solutions lie. We must go to those guys we think are on the ground floor. And those are the guys who will tell you how to safely operate a machine, because they are the ones who have been operating the machine. Those are the guys who will tell you the best and the safest alternative to solving the problem that you have, because they interact with them. But not us sitting in an air-conditioned office in front of a computer and start coming up with solutions. So we must get these people involved. A resilient safety culture therefore requires psychological safety. A worker must be able to say, this is not safe. I don't understand this procedure. This equipment is defective. I need to stop this job. Stop work authority should not merely exist in a manual. Workers must believe that they can actually exercise it. As a young health and safety officer, there were a lot of things we could not do. But as time went on, because of the things that were happening, we were given authority. I have had to shut down oil production in facilities because I thought it was not safe to continue to work. Many years ago, you could not do that. Who are you to shut down production when we are counting oil volume and looking at the oil price? But because safety has been empowered, because it is better, a lot of us, if we're in the safety environment, we have watched videos about Piper Alpha or read reports about Piper Alpha, and we know what happened. Occidental Petroleum, who was involved in that accident, we never returned to the UK North Sea. It's been how many years now? 3 decades. And if shutting down early could have saved the day. So we do understand this. Now, finally, another important thing that is beginning to affect us and affect occupational safety is climate change. We must recognize the rapid risk of the environment in which we work. East African workplaces are increasingly experiencing occupational consequences of climate change. Extreme heat, it's particularly important. Construction workers, agricultural workers, transport workers, security personnel, miners, street vendors, and others who work outdoors face increasing heat exposure. Heat affects more than comfort. If it affects hydration, concentration, cognitive performance, fatigue, and ultimately, accident probability. Flooding, it's another one. We just saw what happened just a few days in Nepal. Climate adaptation strategies must therefore include worker protection. Our occupational health and safety framework needs to consider heat stress management, access to safe drinking water, shaded rest periods, appropriate work scheduling, emergency preparedness, and climate-resilient workplace design. Mental health is also another occupational matter. We must also broaden what we mean by workplace safety. A worker can leave the factory without a physical injury and still be harmed by work. Excessive workload, bullying, harassment, job insecurity, violence, traumatic exposure, chemical, biological, and economic hazards. Mental health is not an employee welfare program sitting outside occupational safety. Mental health is also occupational safety. Finally, one more time, leadership determines whether safety systems work. Ladies and gentlemen, we can develop excellent regulations. We can purchase sophisticated technologies. We can employ competent safety professionals, but ultimately, organizational behavior follows leadership priorities. Workers quickly discover what leaders genuinely value. If a manager says safety first, but rewards production regardless of how it's achieved, workers understand the real message. It wasn't safety first at the beginning. If contractors are financially rewarded only for speed and cost, we should not be surprised when safety becomes secondary. If organizations celebrate zero incident but publish people who report near misses, we create silence rather than safety. Leadership therefore requires alignment between what we say and what we measure and what we reward. Good safety leadership asks difficult questions before something goes wrong. Where is our greatest potential for a fatal event? Where is our critical controls? Which controls are currently degraded? What are the workers telling us that our dashboard are not? What near misses are repeating? So, ladies and gentlemen, I believe there are several areas where regional cooperation could substantially accelerate progress, and we must look at all of this. We need to make progress, ladies and gentlemen. Perhaps we need to reconsider how we measure occupational safety and health progress in East Africa. Success cannot simply mean having more regulation. It cannot simply mean conducting more inspections. And it cannot simply mean multinational companies achieving world-class safety performance inside a fenced facility. Our measure of success must include the welder, the market trader, the construction worker, the agricultural laborer, the domestic worker, the waste collector, the border rider, the young apprentice entering the workshop for the first time. If our safety systems do not reach them, our work remains unfinished. The workplace of the future must be productive, but also humane. It must be digital, but at the same time, have to be inclusive. It must be innovative, but also it must be ethical. It must be competitive, but never at the expense of human life. Whether they work in a multinational corporation or a roadside workshop, whether they wear a suit, a coverall, a laboratory coat, or a uniform, whether their employment appears on a corporate payroll or exists entirely within an informal economy, their life has the same value. Their health has the same value. Their family waits for them in exactly the same way that is waiting for the guy who is working in a corporate office. That is the meaning of inclusive occupational safety and health. And that should be the standard against which we judge our progress. Ladies and gentlemen, I've taken a bit of your time, but let me stop here and say thank you very much for listening.
Hello, hello. Ladies and gentlemen, that is not a clap you give to such an intelligent speaker. Thank you so much. Professor Augustine, if you do not feel like you want to go outside right now and do something about the informal sector, I don't know about you, because I feel like I should just go back to work, do something. We are giving so much effort to the formal sector and forgetting the informal sector. Something that I have caught from the speech that has really triggered my mind is, how do we advance technology to the boda rider, to the waste collector? Is your organization resilient? How do you define resilience? I don't want to water down what Professor Augustine has talked to us about, and we have not had enough of you, sir, and we would like to welcome you to chair the next session. Welcome again. As he comes back, I'm going to go through the profiles for our next speakers. I'll just do a brief profile, and then he's going to read the detailed profile for our speakers for the next session. So we have Engineer Rose Fiona Akinyi. Rose Fiona is the professional engineer with over 8.5 years of experience in project and contract management. She's proficient in assurance, construction supervision, technical reporting, risk management and safety audits, and inspection. She's a graduate in MA Project Planning and Management from the University of Nairobi, and BSc in Civil and Structural Engineering from Moi University. She has been involved in performance-based maintenance contracts across various Class A and B roads with Kenya National Highway Authority. She's also certified in IRAP road safety audits and has conducted various safety inspections and stakeholder sensitization for various roads. Wow, this is such a rich profile. For our next speaker, we have Mr. Christopher Katisa, an analyst, researcher, and co-founder of Speedbird Advisory, specializing in financial analysis, economic intelligence, and data-driven investment, decision-making. He leads MarcoSafe, a research initiative exploring the use of AI to predict economic trends and provide early warning indicators for recessions and inflation. Christopher is also a digital rights and gender inclusive advocate and a member of Uganda DNS Forum. He contributes to discussions on internet governance, cybersecurity, and digital policy. He has participated in the validation of East African AI strategy with a focus on responsible AI, data governance, sustainable economic development. Welcome to the stage, Mr. Christopher Katisa. I will now hand over the session to you, sir.
Right. Good morning once again, and welcome to this particular session. So this session is on workplace safety innovations, digital solution, and artificial intelligence. And we want to make this as much interactive as possible. So we are going to, first of all, listen to our presenters today, and after the presentation, we'll have an opportunity for question and for answers. But let me once again just recap a few things before we go into this. For many years, we know that safety has been majorly reactive. we talk about safety every time there's an accident. Coincidentally, some of the best safety regulations that came out was as a result of investigation into accidents, which is a good thing, meaning that we are learning from the accident. We've been very, very reactive, but we need to move away from reactive safety to more preventive or proactive safety, and we don't have to wait for accidents to occur. That's an important shift that we need to make today. In our thinking, in our culture, from reactive safety management towards more predictive prevention and predictive safety management. The few years I've been here in Kampala, there have been two major fatal accidents along the rail crossings here in Uganda. Unfortunately, the first one, I know the guy very well. And then there was a recent one involving children. And every time I drive past those rail crossings, and I wonder, okay, because I lived most of my life in Europe, I do understand the principle that when a train is crossing, there are barriers that stop any car from moving. But anytime I drive past those things, I'm thinking, I naturally, if I'm the one driving, I have to look right, look left, I slow down just to be sure that it's okay for me to pass. Now, sometimes we wait for those accidents to happen before we start talking again. And then, after we have talked for a month or two, it dies down and that is it. We wait for the next accident to happen and then we start talking. We are too reactive in our safety approaches. We need to move away from that, and we need to move into being proactive. So our discussion this morning extends beyond technology. We are going to examine performance-based contracting and whether contract incentives can be designed to improve safety performance. I'm sure there are a lot of questions to ask. Many years ago, I was consulting for an oil company, and the company gives a lot of incentive. There's a 13th month in December if the company records 0 lost time injury. So, and they've done really well. And then it was the 5th of December. One of the workers was unloading a pallet, and something fell off and went straight through his hand and cut off a little of the finger. He picked it up, wrapped it up, went home, did not report. What was he thinking? If I say this now, our 13th month is gone. So, performance-based. It's a two-edged sword. Now, these are some of the things we're going to discuss. We're also going to look at the new technologies, the digital technologies that are emerging. Where can we find them useful today, especially within the East African context? Are there apps? Are there tools, AI that we can use? AI is redefining the future of many things, and I don't think safety should be left behind. I am an AI enthusiast. I've written books about artificial intelligence and humanity, and I support AI hugely. In my university, we allow students to use AI because it's okay. Because your workers, you use them. So why should we stop students from using AI when the workplace we are training them to go, use it? But it has to be responsible use. It has to be ethical use. So safety should not be left behind. We must begin to look at where can we use it. Is it in data analysis? Is it in a lot of other things that we can develop that can support us to use technology? So these are some of the things that we are going to be focusing on today. And we are going to start off with the first presentation. Just give me a minute.
Excuse me, Professor, just a moment.
Yes, please.
Would like to introduce Mr. Bete, who is your co-chair from the Uganda National Oil Company. Mr. Bete, kindly, if you can make your way to the podium. Ronald Bete is the head of QHSC at the Uganda National Oil Company. with extensive experience leading QHSSE across the oil and gas exploration, refinery development, and petroleum storage operations. He's passionate about developing safety leaders, strengthening organizational safety culture, and sharing practical insights on workplace safety, leadership and management systems through training, speaking engagements, and digital platforms. So a round of applause to Mr. Ronald Betty as he joins the team. Thank you.
Thank
Carry
you very
on,
much.
Prof.
Welcome, Ronald. So we're going to the first presentation, and after that, we'll move on to the second, and then there will be opportunity for questions and for answers. Let me start by inviting Rose Akinyi, who will be speaking to us on safe systems approach, enhancing road safety through performance-based contracting. Welcome, Rose. Let's put our hands together for Rose.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe the media team, if I can get the presentation up. So as we are waiting for the presentation, it's very interesting to come right after such a heavy and rich keynote address. I'm sure we are all looking forward to more insights from the great professor. He's really given us insights. I think I'd wish to spend time even past the conference to just get a bit of knowledge and exchange some facts with him. So thank you very much, Professor. Thank you also for the great introduction. I'll go straight into it so that we can save on time. My presentation is titled The Forgiving Highway, Enhancing Road Safety Through Performance-Based Contracting. Just to give a bit of background, as we are all aware, road crashes is a very big concern, especially in low and medium income countries, Africa being one of them. Recently, the case that Prof has just alluded to, the case of around 20 students dying in some accident in Uganda, and a couple more. Even if you go to the internet right now, I'm sure you will not miss news about a road accident that has just occurred, maybe even a few minutes ago. So in line with the theme of the conference, Building Resilient Workforce, losing productive people on road accidents is not something that we need to take lightly. If you are going to build capacity, we are thinking of a worker coming from home going to reach the workplace. We do not want an incident that the worker is killed or getting serious injury, right before they even reach the factory or in an informal workplace. So road safety is a very big concern, especially for the workers in these countries and in these low and medium income countries. And we want to see how, using alternative contracting called performance-based contracting, we can be able to reduce these cases. So my presentation outline, media team. This is basically the outline of the presentation. I'm going to briefly discuss what road safety entails, and then we'll dive into some statistical facts and how road safety is contributing to occupational health and safety. And then we'll look at the traditional approach to road safety, what we normally think road safety is versus the safe systems approach, what should be the way going forward for road safety. And then briefly we'll introduce this new technology called performance-based contracting. And then we'll look at what the technology performance-based contracting, the future of it in road safety, and some areas of improvement. So a bit of introduction to road safety. I will not spend time reading through all the slides one by one, but just a brief of what road safety entails, you're saying that road safety are measures and practices designed to prevent accidents that lead to injuries and deaths. Road safety is not a universal, does not have a universal definition, but it encompasses various approaches, various strategies, various methodologies, all these factors that can be used to prevent accidents and serious injuries. From design to stakeholder engagements, to policies, to campaigns, to border inclusion, to now we are moving into electric vehicles, climate action, all these aspects in one way or another impact road safety. So we are saying it's a variety of measures and practices to reduce these accidents. Also, we are saying in the age of digital, road safety also encompasses data analysis and engineering solutions. Prof has alluded to use of AI in these times. So we are saying there's a lot of data on road safety basically, and we are going to look at how this data can be used to improve our safety on the roads. Some statistics on road safety just to drive the point home in respect of occupational health and safety. Road safety is the #1 killer for young people, especially people under 29 years. Most people assume that maybe pandemics like, let's say, HIV, let's say during the COVID times, but in real sense, for young people under 29 years, road safety is the #1 killer. They say every second somebody is dying from a road accident. As we are speaking, I think I've spent almost 2 minutes since I started talking. So far, you can imagine, those are 120 seconds, sorry. Already 120 people have died from a road accident. It is a very serious concern. Globally, it's a public health concern because we are losing young people. And we are saying in Africa, where the population is mainly young people, the productive age, losing people and getting serious injuries from road safety accident is something that needs to be given very much attention. I'll just give a case study for statistics from Kenya. As at July 20, I have statistics from 2024-2025. The 4,300 increased to 4,458. But recently, as at July, from our regulator, the National Transport Safety Authority, we have recorded over 3,000 deaths on road accidents. That is half a year and already 3,000 deaths recorded. And these are statistics that are coming from the police and accidents recorded. We have not factored in accidents that occur at home and in the villages where this data is basically lost or not aggregated. We are also not factoring in people that get serious injuries and down the drain, maybe in 1 year, a month or so, also end up being dead. So it's a very huge number, and it's something that we need to give it a lot of seriousness and to find means to address it. The risk factors for these road accidents are many. Careless driving is the major contributor at 40%, and vehicle deficiencies, the road itself, and others like fatigue, emergency braking, and all those. So it's not a one problem per se, but various factors contribute to these road accidents. I'll go to the traditional approach to road safety. So basically, and I'm sure you've interacted with this concept, most of the times when an accident occurs, the first thing is blame game. You'll hear, oh, the driver was overspeeding, oh, there were no harms on the road, oh, the vehicle was defective, drunk driving. There's a lot of blame game that goes into this traditional approach. Nobody is really taking responsibility and saying, as a road user, I was not walking on a pedestrian footpath. As a driver, I was overspeeding. As a, let's say, I've seen it a lot here in Kampala, as a border rider, I didn't have my helmet on, or I was taking illegal turns on the road. So there's a lot of blame game that came with this traditional approach to road safety. And you're saying that, in essence, road safety is not a one-man show. It is a collection of systems, even from what we saw in our definition, everybody playing a role to make the road safe. In contrast, there's something that is coming up in the road safety space. It's called safe systems approach. This safe system approach is taking a shift from the blame game and saying that it recognizes first that humans are prone to make errors. It's human nature to make an error. But once you make that error, the error should not result in you dying or you getting a serious injury. So how does it feed into the road safety aspect? It feeds in this case so that every single person, when they play their role in enhancing road safety, all of us collectively, we are reducing the chances of deaths and serious injuries. I'll give an example. If the engineer designs the road with all the markings, with the speed humps at appropriate place, the road is responding to the needs of the user. If the border operator is wearing a helmet, carrying 1 billion passengers at a time, not overspeeding, he's contributing to reducing those accidents. If the regulator, let's say a police officer, they are tasked with controlling traffic at junctions, fining offenders, if they are strict in observing these laws and finding the culprits, they are contributing to road accidents. So the safe system approach basically recognizes the fact that everybody has a role to play. And also another paradigm shift, most people assume that road safety is maybe the role of government, the role of maybe regulators, like in Kenya, the National Transport Safety Authority, or the engineers. You forget that you as an individual, at your own level, you can contribute to reducing these accidents. By the time you are crossing the road at an undesignated crossing point, you are putting yourself at risk of being knocked down. By the time you are on your mobile phone while you are driving, your risk assessment is already very low. What if you need to brake emergency and you're on your phone? What will happen? You're going to crash a pedestrian. So we are saying that this safe system approach, it recognizes that humans make errors, but we need to find a way that these errors can be adjusted into the system. Basically, the safe system approach has 5 key elements. I'll go through them in brief. First one is safe speed. In the road safety sphere, speed is one of the leading causes of accidents. Most people assume that the faster you go, the faster you'll get to your destination. But what people don't understand, for every kilometer per hour increase in speed, you're increasing your chances of dying. I'm glad that, for example, here in Uganda, they've reduced their pedestrian crossing point speed limit to 30 kph. In Kenya, we are still doing 50 kph. The danger with this speed is, I'll give you an example. At 30 kph, if you knock down a pedestrian, they'll get slight injuries, they'll survive. If you knock down a pedestrian at 50 kph, you are moving towards higher injuries. At 60 kph, the chances of the pedestrian dying are increasing. So for every incremental increase in speed, your chances of dying or getting serious injuries on the road is getting high. So speed is something that needs to be addressed. And I'm sure from maybe your interactions, there are various policies across different countries, different organizations on speed management that I'm sure are working. The other thing is safe vehicles. I've also spoke about the nature of the vehicle. It's interesting that I'll give an example of matatus. Matatus are what you call taxis here in Uganda. Sometimes when the matatu is new, it operates as a direct commuter service from one town to another. But once it starts getting old, they relegate it to do the pickup between town and estates. These matatus are really beaten down. What happened to wearing seat belts on the matatus? What happened to speed governance on the matatus? There's a time Kenya had a very strict Minister of Transport and the matatu sector had really gotten into line. You would be caught not wearing a seatbelt, and you'd be fined heavily. You would be caught overspeeding, not having a speed governor, and you'd be fined severely. Even the body of the matatu, some are really more or less a scrap metal. If you are to roll in such a vehicle, there's a very high chance that you are going to either die or get a very serious injury. So we are also saying that industry players tasked with the manufacturing of vehicles and manufacturing of mobility devices, the border borders, any other mobility device, be it heavy good commercial vehicles, trailers, and all those. We are saying the way the vehicle is made should also be such a way that it can be able to protect the person inside the vehicle from any harm in case an accident occurs. The other thing is a safe road user. This one, I think it has been said over and over again. We are talking about drunken and distracted driving, use of mobile phones, just generally the behavior of the person using the road. And from our statistics, this is the leading cause of accidents generally worldwide. So sometimes you find an accident has occurred, and in Kenya there's a tendency that an accident occurs and the first thing they blame, like myself, I'm in the transport sector, they say, Kenya, you need to put bumps, you need to put bumps. But once the investigations are done, you find that this road user probably is the one that led to this accident. Maybe they were overspeeding, drunk driving, and all those sort of things. The other thing is safe infrastructure, the road itself. We are not saying as industry players that all our roads are perfect. There's a lot of work that needs to be done in this sector. I'm glad I came in to Uganda through the Entebbe side, and I was driving from Entebbe to Entebbe using the expressway to, I don't know the name of that junction that now you branch off to come to Kampala. And I saw a very big contrast. The road on the other side is very well done. Marked, it has even a safety barrier separating the traffic on both sides. There are a lot of signs. I even saw an interesting sign that says, when it rains, please consider slowing down. The road is really trying to reduce the chances of an accident occurring. But once you cross to the other side, you see a lot going on. There are no shoulders. Pedestrians are walking on the road. The road marking is not there. These small attributes really contribute to chances of accidents occurring, especially if the road is traversing a heavily built area, which is very common for most countries in Africa. Pedestrians are crossing the road at various points. We now have the mixed-use roads, especially with the introduction of the border borders across East Africa. It's chaos, basically. You are trying to navigate your way as a border, there's a vehicle, there's a pedestrian. So we're saying that good practice is that the road itself should be designed to cater for all these road users. Our prof here has alluded to him staying a lot in the European countries. He will tell you, in the European countries, there are dedicated cycling lanes, dedicated biking lanes, enough shoulders for pedestrians to walk on. But when you come to most roads, even in Kenya, it's basically survival for the fittest, and this should not be the case. And then lastly is the post-crash care. This is something that most of the time is ignored in the road safety space, but it plays a crucial link. We're seeing the role of the police, first aid responders, like Red Cross and St. John's and all those. And we're saying it's not just about responding to an accident scene, but offering appropriate response. I'm glad in Kenya, the Kenya Red Cross sometimes does a lot of these safety trainings, the basic first aid, to just group of border borders. Some driving schools have introduced it as a key requirement to completing the driving course, so that you just equip the person who is going to be on the road with this first aid skill, so that in case of an accident, they can be able to respond appropriately. Last but not least, on this first responders again, it's a very common practice. Once an accident occurs, I don't know why we have the need nowadays as human beings to photograph everything and put in social media. So somebody is dying, everybody is busy taking out their phones. What happened to humanity? What happened to trying to save that person and taking them to the nearest hospital? So on the safe system approach, I'm going to hone in on safe infrastructure because this is somewhere where I practice and I have experience in. We are saying that the road itself should not be able to contribute to accidents. It's very common for most roads across Africa, and you've seen it maybe in your different countries. Once the road is constructed and the contractor has laid what we call the blacktop, the pavement, the road is left like that. Nobody cares to come and clean post-construction waste. Nobody cares sometimes to mark the road. Nobody installs signs. So basically, the road is designed for the vehicle. The vehicle can move smoothly, but what about the people? How am I supposed to know that ahead there's a school so that I slow down? Where are the pedestrians supposed to cross? Yesterday, I had a very hard time. I had to literally run across somewhere because there's a pedestrian crossing, but it's faded. So the person on the vehicle assumes it's not there. The person on foot, the pedestrian, knows that is a pedestrian crossing. So we are saying that as people tasked with designing infrastructures, the back should not stop with designing the road for vehicles. Actually, the back should stop with designing the road for people. When you design the road, there's a policy that we use in road design. We're saying that if you design the road for the most vulnerable person, you've designed the road for everybody. If you design the road for somebody who is using a wheelchair, you've designed the road, in essence, for the person who is not using the wheelchair. Because you will have considered this wheelchair user, you will put a dedicated lane for him. You will put appropriate signage for this person. So we are saying that in the safe systems approach, the infrastructure design is a crucial link. And considering that Africa's economy is still growing and a lot of countries are investing heavily in the infrastructure, we need to rethink our design so that our focus is not just on moving vehicles, reporting kilometers of blacktops done, but are the roads actually safe? In this regard, I'll speak briefly about the traditional road contracting, which I've also touched a bit on. It is very common, maybe the people who have interacted with designs here, engineers or any other space, project planners and such. Most of the time, the way the contract is made is such that specifications of what is to be done is labeled out to the contract. And the contractor will only do what he's supposed to do, be paid, and leave the site. So you find in circumstances where there's a lot of pressure, maybe budget constraints, political pressure to deliver, a lot of these factors coming into play, the decision is always to run towards making the road have a blacktop. So the road will be done, the blacktop will be there, and then they say no budget for road marking or no budget for road signs and all those things. So to a layman, they start saying, oh, the contractor has eaten the money for the road, but behind the scenes, what is happening is these items were not considered in the contract. They were not given as a priority. But in essence, these small items that in the planning stage are considered as maybe small or irrelevant items are actually the items that enhance safety of the road. You've driven maybe to roads that have very high embankments, and somebody just did the blacktop very well and just went away. What happens if you roll over on the other side? Nobody thought about putting a guardrail for you. Nobody thought about warning you, like now, that case of the expressway. It was very thoughtful of them to warn you that in case it rains, please consider slowing down so that you know there's danger ahead. So the traditional way of doing roads has basically been make sure the road is safe for the vehicles to go through, and that's it. And this is a very wrong approach. It does not feed into the safe systems approach that guarantees that every system in the road and transport sector should work together to enhance safety. if you can go to the next slide, please. There's something called performance-based contracting that is not a new technology per se. It's been in force, like in Kenya, it's been there since 2011. It was introduced by the Japanese. It's something that in Kenya is being implemented across all the road authorities, the national highways, rural and urban roads. So this performance-based contracting, what makes it different from the traditional contracting is, besides the contract scope as spaced out in the planning stage, there are some items of safety that are inbuilt into the contract. And these items of safety, the contractor is only paid for achieving these items of safety. So even if your road is perfect, but you have not installed road signs, you are not being paid for that section of the road. The interesting bit about this contract and the way we've framed it in the Kenyan context, the road is divided per kilometer. So if it's a 24-kilometer road, those are 24 sections. And you are paid for every kilometer that achieves compliance. So a typical example, you are told for this certain section, you're supposed to do road marking, you do signs, you do guardrails, you do all those things that enhance safety. So failure to comply with one aspect means that that whole section you're not going to be paid. So if you are going to be paid, let's say, 20,000 Kenyan shillings per section, failure to install one sign means you lose the whole 20,000. So the beauty of this contracting is that it forces the contractor to not relegate safety as a by-the-way thing, because their payment is based on achieving all these set standards. So the contractor, in essence, even wakes up every day going around the road checking, what have I not done, what have I not done, so that when the employer comes and inspects the road for payment, everything that was set out in your scope for safety is achieved. It's a very good compliance checking tool, and it's also a very good M&D tool, because one, you are checking the road regularly to ensure that everything that was set out in the scope for this performance-based bit is achieved. And also as a monitoring and evaluation tool, you're looking at last month, this section was not done, this month, this section is done. So are we really achieving the overall target for the road as a whole? So it's something that is being developed, it's still evolving in the Kenyan context. And the beauty is, even for sections, we've piloted it for the Kenya National Highways Authority. We've piloted it across all the Class A roads. Class A roads are the national trunk roads linking border to border posts, and also the Class B roads, which are linking major centers. So for most sections of the roads under this mandate, if you drive through, you will see at least some level of improvement and some level of compliance compared to other roads that may be under other jurisdictions. How does this performance-based contracting enhance road safety? Next slide, please. First, we are saying that PBC tends to result in consistent and better maintenance of pavements and other road assets, especially ancillary as parts of the road. I think you will feel like I'm repeating myself, but it's just to drive the point home. The way the road has been built in the past years has been do the blacktop and leave. But we are insisting that with this PBC concept, the ancillary features of the road that enhance safety, the potholes. I'm sure this is something that is a thorn in the flesh across most countries. Potholes everywhere on our roads. Vegetation overgrowing across the road, siltation everywhere, drains, overflooding, overtopping on the pavements. So you're saying that for PBC, the contractor has to achieve all these aspects of this contract before they are paid a sum for that section. So it tends to result in a better and more consistent maintenance of pavement. The other thing is risk identification. Since you are tasked you are given the road for that period and your payment is based on achieving all these things, it's imperative for the contractor to keep driving and doing their own M&D on the project. By doing so, they keep identifying risks in the road, they keep identifying areas of improvement and areas that may potentially be hazardous spots, but they can be addressed. So it's a very good risk identification tool. The other thing is it's a good data collection tool. One of the key features that we introduced in our performance-based contracting in the Kenyan context is the contractors are tasked with maintaining crucial data. One of the data they retain is the accidents and the incidents reports. So because they are the ones on the road at all the time, they're able to capture this data for us, data that probably as a road authority you may not be having it at all times. Also, they're able to capture important data like which road signs have been vandalized, which sections of the road have potholes, because it's a continuous process. Every single day you're on the road monitoring, going up and down, up and down. They're able to capture this information that once it's relayed to the employer, it helps in better decision making and better planning for road assets in general. The other thing is PBC offers value for money by reducing costs associated overall with maintaining a road. The way the traditional approach has been, once a contractor, let's say, is given 3 years to do a road, they will do the road and then after 3 years, they are gone. So you wait for the next cycle of budgeting, which again, according to government priorities, it may take a long time for your section to get funding. So you'll find that the road was done at handover stage, it was perfect, then funds were allocated to other priority sections. 10 years down the line, we are back to square zero. The road has really deteriorated, the potholes are just too much, everything in the road has been vandalized, missing signs, and all those things, carelessness on the road. So with this PBC contracting, because the contractor is tasked with ensuring that at all times the road is in good serviceable state, so with the continuous maintenance and the continuous improvements of these services, the road in the long run, the overall cost associated with maybe doing a new road will be reduced. So we're saying that regular monitoring and replacement of defective features reduces the life cycle costs associated with the management of a road asset in the long run. The last aspect of PBC that contributes to road safety is innovation. As a service provider, you're always looking for value for money. So since you are tasked with this cycle of continuous maintenance of these assets and safeguarding the integrity over time, most of the times we've seen a lot of innovation coming from some of these contractors. I'll give an example. One of the problems facing road assets across is vandalism. Road signs being stolen, being taken to scrap metals and everything. We've seen a lot of innovation in this space. Contractors partnering with industries, partnering with waste production companies, academia, and we've seen a lot of innovation in even the quality of road signs that we are getting away from the traditional metal. We are getting polymers, innovations in things like road marking, because sometimes the road is marked and with time it just fades. So a lot of technology is coming up in this road marking, the quality of the paint, the quality of the beads, the night visibility. We had an interesting presentation the other day from a consultant on how we can have some sort of glowing roads when it's dark. Even when you are, what is it called, that light from your vehicle is not illuminating the road itself, the quality of the paint is just glowing in the dark to guide you. So there's a lot of innovation in the road safety space to just be as a way of these contractors saving on costs, and in the long term also ensuring that once you address a certain feature, it stays in the long run. I'd also like to maybe highlight a few aspects in the Kenyan context. where PBC has maybe worked, and maybe something that can be emulated across different road authorities. So for my organization, the National Highways Authority, we came up with a couple of policies and retrofitted it into our PBC guideline. So one of the things we are saying is we have a zero pothole policy. I can confidently report as at today, most of the networks under the National Highway Authority are more or less pothole free. If you are a driver on the road, you know what a pothole does to you. Trying to evade a pothole is a very risky maneuver because that is where most of the head-on collisions come through. You are trying to evade this side and the other person on the other side. On a single lane road, it's a very risky endeavor. So for us, we are saying a pothole-free network for all our roads. The other thing we are saying, our humps, people call them bumps, humps across built-up areas, especially in schools and market centers. We are saying every single year the contractor has to make them of standard size and shape, and they have to be remarked as frequently as possible. Failure to mark this speed calming measure results in a penalty. And this is something that we've also seen reducing accidents, especially we get a lot of positive reports from around school zones. They're saying the introduction of this remarking of humps is really helping with traffic calming around school zones. The other thing is the maintaining of the road signs. For high traffic volume roads, road signs are really a great asset. They guide the road user, they guide the driver. You're able to know the hazard ahead on time. For steep curves, you're able to see and plan ahead. So the last aspects of it is vegetation control. Maybe if you could project that slide so that I don't have to go through each of them. Other aspects that Kenya is introducing, things like vegetation control to enhance sight distances. We are doing a removal of encroachment along the road corridors so that sight distance basically is enhanced, drainage control, and basically just PBC controls up and down the road so that any safety deficiency is arrested on time. The last slide is, like any other technology, there's always room for learning. So we are saying what is the future of PBC and what takeaways can we take going forward. We would wish to do more research on identifying inherent risks in the road corridor. So it's not just about waiting for a guardrail to be vandalized before you replace it, but identifying it at the inception stage and curbing this. We're also saying use of technology like roadside inspections, IRAP methodologies, to be able to guide our M&D framework. This is a data-driven approach. You collect crucial data that you can plug into your road safety planning. The other thing that maybe you would wish to also learn from other road players is stakeholder management. This is something that has always been a thorn in the flesh. You do stakeholder management, everybody seems to be in agreement, and then you come back tomorrow, it's like everything you agreed on, people have gone back to their old ways. So stakeholder management and engagement in this line also is something that we wish to learn from other road agencies and also industry players. So in conclusion, we are saying that simple technologies like this PBC regular maintenance of a road, in a great extent contributes to reduction of road safety and saving of lives and reducing of injuries and deaths to especially this young population that contributes to the workforce in the African context is something that I think we need to take seriously. We are taking it seriously in our organization, and we hope that other players also will take it seriously. So thank you for your time. That's it.
Thank you very much, Rose. Please, let's put our hands together once again for Rose. That's quite instructive I know you might have questions, but just keep the questions for now. We'll take all the questions together after the next presentation. So our next presenter is Christopher Katisa, and he will be addressing us on enhancing occupational health and safety through artificial intelligence and digitization in the Ugandan oil and gas sector. Over to you, Christopher.
Professor, just a moment. Thank you so much to our presenter, but I would like to make a few suggestions that we are really running out of time, and the recommendation is that we take a short break. Let's take a 20 minutes tea break, and as soon as we are done, Katisa, so you'll just take it over from there, okay, and then we'll continue with engaging and taking the questions from the plenary. Thank you. Okay. So, colleagues, let's take a health break. Let's take a tea break. It's 25 minutes past 11, and we have 20 minutes strictly. Let's be back in the room by 11:45, and then this session will continue. Thank you.
Delegates, let's take this opportunity to visit our booths and interact with each other. When we come back, you're going to expect questions from me. Take your time to know each other.
Kawalega Petrol-based industrial park is open for business, and your expression of interest will be your first step in. Before the window opens, get ready. Visit the KIP investor portal at kip.unoc.com and download your free expression of interest investor guide with everything you need to prepare in one place. Your company documentation, your project details, your track record, your commitment to Uganda, all laid out step by step. Have a question before you begin? Reach our investor relations team at support.kip@unoc.com for any support. Invest in KIP, invest in Uganda. Kawalega Petrol-based Industrial Park, a project by the Uganda National Oil Company, UNOC.
Over the years, we have created unforgettable moments of glitz, glamour, and professionalism. We have ignited change, bettered game-changing solutions, and celebrated excellence in health, safety, sustainability, and environmental landscape. And now, AfriSave is back, bigger than ever. we have created unforgettable moments of glitz, glamour, and professionalism.
the future of driving. Advanced collision warnings keep you safe. Smart systems that detect driver fatigue, lack of seatbelt use, and active phone usage. Track smarter, drive safer. the future of driving. Advanced collision warnings keep you safe. Smart systems that detect driver fatigue, lack of seatbelt use, and active phone usage. Track smarter, drive safer.
In a world where progress and infrastructure development is constant, there is a need to strike a balance to adhere to the principles of sustainable development. Geotopic Consults is an environment and social safeguards practice incorporated in Uganda since 2014. And it's our core mandate to ensure that as we execute services for our clients, we ensure that the people who work for us and with us, the communities within which we operate, and the environment are safeguarded.
We operate in 5 major core areas, and first core area is environmental management, and that's where we do impact assessments, that's where we do audits, that's where we do social baselines. The other core area that we operate in is in terms of planning and policy, and that's where we do feasibility studies and baselines and ensuring that we characterize the environment and the receptors are really taken care of in terms.
Kawalega Petro-based Industrial Park is open for business, and your expression of interest will be your first step in. Before the window opens, get ready. Visit the KIP Investor Portal at kip.unoc.com and download your free Expression of Interest Investor Guide with everything you need to prepare in one place. Your company documentation, your project details, your track record, your commitment to Uganda, all laid out step by step. Have a question before you begin? Reach our investor relations team at support.kip@unoc.com for any support. Invest in KIP, invest in Uganda. Kawalega Petro-based Industrial Park, a project by the Uganda National Oil Company, UNOC. seen the vision, you've felt the scale of what's coming. Kawalega Petrol-based Industrial Park is open for business, and your expression of interest will be your first step in. Before the window opens, get ready. Visit the KIP Investor Portal at kip.unoc.com and download your free Expression of Interest Investor Guide with everything you need to prepare in one place. Your company documentation, your project details, your track record, your commitment to Uganda, all laid out step by step. Have a question before you begin? Reach our investor relations team at support.kip@unoc.com for any support. Invest in KIP, invest in Uganda. Kawalega Petrol-based Industrial Park, a project by the Uganda National Oil Company, UNOC.
Experience the future of driving. Advanced collision warnings keep you safe. Smart systems that detect driver fatigue, lack of seatbelt use, and active phone usage. Track smarter, drive safer.
You've seen the vision, you've felt the scale of what's coming. Kawalega Petrol-based Industrial Park is open for business, and your expression of interest will be your first step in. Before the window opens, get ready. Visit the KIP Investor Portal at kip.unoc.com and download your free Expression of Interest Investor Guide with everything you need to prepare in one place. Your company documentation, your project details, your track record, your commitment to Uganda, all laid out step by step. Have a question before you begin? Reach our investor relations team at support.kip@unoc.com for any support. Invest in KIP, invest in Uganda. Kawalega Petrol-based Industrial Park, a project by the Uganda National Oil Company, UNOC.
Experience the future of driving. Advanced collision warnings keep you safe. Smart systems that detect driver fatigue, lack of seatbelt use, and active phone usage. Track smarter, drive safer.
I hope you enjoyed your coffees, your teas, your cocos, your cakes. Let's take our seats kindly. Eric Dula, I see you. Mariaka, how are you? Let's take our seats. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Caroline. Brian, Wendy.
Ronnie. Ronnie, hello. Let's take our seats kindly.
All right, thank you, Desma, for getting us started for this session. A few housekeeping rules, especially with timekeeping. We did not so well in the past session, and we have a fully packed program. We don't intend to take more time, and I'm going to request our presenters, our panelists, to kindly stick within time. We have up to 15 minutes for each of our presentations, and we are aware that these papers will be shared, and some have actually been shared already. So kindly take us through your presentations, being mindful of the time within which you should do the presentation. So without wasting further time, as I hand over to Professor Augustine, let's invite Mr. Katisa Christopher to do his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, IMC. I'm waiting for the presentation. That's not mine. No. Session 4, presentation about AI and digitalization. The second one, yeah. Okay, thank you. So good afternoon, delegates, researchers, industry professionals. I'm really honored to be here to present. I will be discussing a topic that sits at the intersection of technology, safety, and national development. How AI and digitalization can enhance occupational health and safety in Uganda's oil and gas sector. My research examines how we can leverage AI and digital tools to protect the workers who are building our future in Uganda, while ensuring that the oil wealth is developed sustainably and safely. In the next few minutes, I'll be taking you through the regulatory framework, the current safety performance, the opportunities that AI presents, the actionable recommendations, and a few tips, framework for implementing an AI strategy in the oil and gas sector. So, every workplace contains hazards. Some are obvious, others are not. Recognizing these risks is the first step towards prevention. In Uganda's oil and gas sector, the hazards are both visible and hidden. We see the massive infrastructure like the wells, the pipelines, the processing facilities, but we always don't see the risks that lurk beneath the surface. Equipment failures waiting to happen, human errors that could prove fatal, environmental and vulnerabilities that could be catastrophic. AI and digitalization offer us the tools to see beyond the obvious and to identify the hazards before they occur. So in this slide, I'll be explaining to you why workplace safety really matters, and in regards to the oil and gas projects. I'll start with the Tilenga project. The Tilenga project is operated by Total Energy AP and is found in Bulisa, Noya districts. It's located next to the Maction Falls National Park, which prevents environmental risks. A single spill of oil could devastate the wildlife, the wetlands, and could affect the workers both within the site and outside. The scale of operations is immense. There are over 300 wells in 6 oil fields, and the entire area of the facility takes around 173 kilometers. Moving to the Kingfisher project, the Kingfisher has been a victim for occupational health and safety accidents. In October 2023, there was an accident that led to an occupational health accident that led to death of a subcontractor. Details about the accident try to link it to negligence and failure to adhere to safety standards that are advocated for by the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. And finally, the EACOP. The EACOP is the East African crude oil pipeline, and it's stated to be the world's longest heated pipeline, spanning over 1,443 kilometers. Uganda's oil is waxy, and in order to keep it moving, the oil has to be heated at a certain temperature of 50 degrees Celsius. So this creates a very huge risk for the workers who are working on this pipeline and the environment in case of an oil spillage. So while these projects promise prosperity, they introduce a substantial occupational and health risk. They require immediate and innovative solutions, and that's where the foundation of this research is built. So just to take you briefly through the methodology, so I did a desk review. A desk review is a research method it's a research method where data is collected from existing or secondary analysis reports, which include policy frameworks, newsletters from different organizations, and reports about different areas that are looked at in operations of a company. The analytical framework was through thematic analysis, using the thematic analysis framework of Brand and Click. So the data sources include maybe next slide. Data sources included the Petroleum Authority Act of 2013. I also looked at the Total Energy reports. I looked at the websites, NGO reports, the International Standard Organization 45001 framework. I also looked at the UNOC Supplier Development Framework, which is on their website. Then I also looked at newspaper articles. Validation was done through triangulation of results from these different sources. So the study acknowledges limitation. Since data was collected using a secondary analysis from reports, there was no primary data collected through interviews. So the next slide, the regulatory framework for the oil and gas sector. So at the top level, we have the ministry, which is in charge of creating the policies that govern different stakeholders in the oil and gas sector. Then we have the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, which acts as the sector regulator. Its mandate involves developing frameworks, conducting inspections, reviewing safety reports, and in one quarter, it's reported that the Petroleum Authority of Uganda reviewed over 46 health and safety reports conducted around 8 field monitoring inspections. Then we also have the Uganda National Oil Company, and this manages the state's commercial interests in the oil and gas sector. So this institutional separation is a strength in Uganda's framework. It ensures that checks and balances are maintained in the sector of oil and gas. So the next slide is about the dichotomy of the safety performance. So what I call dichotomy is simply a contrast between what is achievable and what has happened, the tragedy that happened in the Kingfisher. So far, the achievement we have in the oil and gas sector in relation to occupational health and safety, Tilenga has achieved 20 million man-hours without lost time injury as of August 2023. This demonstrates what is achievable through a robust safety culture built on safety golden rules, leadership commitment, and comprehensive training. In stark contrast, the Kingfisher suffered an accident that led to death of a worker on the subcontractor field. So the ECOP operates under zero harm philosophy, and it aligns its health, safety, and environment management system with the ISO 45001 framework. So some of the common international standards include the ISO 45001, which is the global standard for occupational health and safety. Petroleum Authority of Uganda trains staff and different implementers and ensures that the trainings align with this standard. We also have the ISO 14001, which is the environment management framework. At the national level, we have the Petroleum Act of 2013, which mandates operation cessation after fatalities. And we also have the Occupational Health and Safety Act of 2006, which provides the general workplace safety standards applicable to all sectors. Some of the core compliance areas include personal protective equipment, hazard identification and risk assessment, incident reporting and investigation, plus emergency preparedness and response. So, in my research, I came up with some of the pillars that could be looked at as we come up with a digital occupational health and safety strategy. And pillar number one is falls under predictive analytics. Predictive analytics, machine language algorithms can analyze historical instead data, equipment performance to predict failures before they occur. For example, in the Kingfisher and the Tilenga, if we are to use predictive analytics, we could be able to foresee and prevent or come up with strategies that can help us overcome some of these challenges. Then we have real-time monitoring. ECOP is already leveraging some of these technologies and they are monitoring their transport systems at the facilities. Then pillar number 3 is about digital training, and that incorporates augmented reality. Some of these projects are found in areas that they share the facilities with the dangerous wildlife animals. So if we are to use augmented reality to train and anticipate certain scenarios, we shall be able to create a scenario without having any loss of life, and it will prepare the communities, both the communities on site and the general community and the community at the working sites to be prepared for any hazard that could come up that is not anticipated. So we also have the automated reporting. AI systems can generate statutory reports, flag non-compliance, and provide real-time dashboards to the Petroleum Authority, and that's pillar number 4 for the digital occupational health and safety. So the implementation framework for this strategy will include stakeholder collaboration. There exist different frameworks that could be leveraged to advance digital initiatives, such as the tri-party agreement between the Tilenga, the East African crude oil pipeline, and the Kingfisher project. This memorandum of understanding is about maintaining environmental standards. So we could use such frameworks to leverage or promote digital standards in our occupational health and safety. Second could be the capacity building as a part of the implementation framework. Digital skills are currently lacking across the region, and one of the things we should factor in as we implement the digital occupational health is building capacity. We have to enhance our digital skills and digital literacy. And also building on infrastructure. We need to invest in different infrastructure like data centers and internet connectivity and increasing on the backbone. So what are the risks that could arise due to digitization in the oil and gas sector in terms of occupational health? One is data privacy and security. AI systems rely on extensive data collection, and this raises privacy and security concerns. Worker monitoring, particularly through wearables, requires clear policies on data usage and protection. The cost. AI requires a significant investment, which most East African countries have not yet met. So we need to invest in different partnerships to be able to access funding for investing in infrastructure that could promote digitization in the oil and gas. We need to adapt our policies to include digital initiatives. Some of the current policies don't factor in digital initiatives, and that could create a challenge in terms of implementing some of these strategies. And then also human rights. We have to factor in the community. We have to listen to them, not to design simply policies in boardrooms without hearing from the stakeholders downstream. And what are some of the recommendations? We should come up with a digital occupational health task force that includes different stakeholders, starting from the ministry to different key stakeholders in the oil and gas sector and the community. Then we have to pilot AI applications. We start small because they are very expensive, and then we keep on scaling as the funds are allocated. And then we have to develop strong data governance systems and frameworks to create clear policies on data collection, privacy, and security. So we also have to enhance community engagement to ensure that we attain all voices and involve all key stakeholders. Emergencies can strike without warning. Having a well-rehearsed plan minimizes chaos and maximizes response effectiveness. AI and digitalization provide the tools to anticipate and prevent emergencies before they occur. So as I conclude, I do acknowledge that safety is a shared responsibility, and I invite all regulators, operators, researchers to join the shared responsibility. We need to work together to ideate, co-create, and implement solutions that will transform our working places into effective rehabilitation that will promote safety, both physical safety and mental health safety. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Christopher. I think a lot has been said between the two presenters. Before we invite questions, I'm just going to ask my vice chair or co-chair to say a few words, and then we can then invite some questions from the delegates.
Thank you so much, Chair. I think I'll use this opportunity to say that I'll be joining the panelists going forward. So you'll retain all the responsibility for chairing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, I think we have seen the first presentation was about road safety and performance based contracting to enhance safety in the workplace. And one of the things that struck me was the fact that road accidents are some of the biggest killers of our young population. I think that should worry everybody. So there's quite a lot that still needs to be done regarding road safety. And then this final presentation talks about some of the digital tools that can be used, where AI can find use, like in predictive analytics, where we can use AI to predict the possibility of a future accident. And like we have said earlier, sometimes it's not just about collecting data for the now, focusing on the accident that happened yesterday, but rather it is what can we do to ensure that that never happens again. A few years ago, I wrote an article called Never Say Never Again. The reason why I did was because as a contractor working for Shell for many years, every time there's an accident, and there's always one, almost every month or every 2 months, that results to fatality, as a rule, when those accident happens, operation is shut down, and Shell calls all the contractors together and show us graphic images of what has happened as safety practitioners and tell us, never again should this accident happen. And I never forget that. The chief CEO and the country president, we always come to that meeting, and his last sentence every time is, never again should such an accident happen. Now, I had too many never agains that I started saying, never say, never again. So for us, it is to ensure that these accidents don't reoccur. So we've seen things we can do: transport monitoring, training, health and safety practitioners. A lot of us consultants are trainers. Get worried a bit about your job, because AI can train now, even better than any of us here can do. You can use AI for training. You can ask AI to create you a 10-minute video on confined space and how best. And I can tell you there's nobody here, including myself, who can create a better lecture than AI. So worry about your jobs. So you need to upgrade yourself. All of us, we need to upgrade, because the future we are entering, it's frightening. Some of the things that AI can do, because now AI is training itself to create a smarter AI. And that smarter AI will create a smarter AI, and it's going to be getting smarter and smarter. So training is one of those areas where digital training can help us, using augmented reality, virtual reality, and a lot of that. Of course, there are risks. Now, one of the things we can never take away, AI can advise, AI can predict, but the decision is going to lie with all of us, with human beings. You cannot put responsibility on an algorithm. It has to be human being at the end of the day. So we still need human beings. AI is not going to take that space. So those are the two presentations. So we're going to open up the floor for anybody that have a question. Questions, please. There's a hand at the very back there.
Thank you. My question is about road safety. In Uganda, we have one of the biggest threats is convoys on the road. Actually, the only times I've been in almost near accidents on the road has been because of convoys, and it seems to me that people never learn, and those who are on the side that's affected, when they cross to this other side that now has the convoy, they still do the same thing and put a lot of road users at risk, especially like the border people. So I wonder how, for example, collectively here we can influence a change in who do we give a right of way. Because not everyone who buys, let's say, a Land Cruiser or Mercedes should have right of what? Of way. And it seems to be like that, especially here. I don't know in other countries how it is, but to me it is a very serious concern. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Rose, let's come to you. Any experience from Kenya?
So sure, I think the experiences are more or less the same. On the issue of right of way, especially for the vulnerable road users, pedestrians, and the like. But like I said, with the safe systems approach is what we are trying to champion in our organization. We're saying everybody to play their role. So for example, on the issue of right of way for the vulnerable road users, the question we ask first is the road providing the facilities to allow this safe crossing? Are we having a marked pedestrian place? Are we having a footbridge if it's a place that needs to have a footbridge? A place that needs speed calming, the speed humps, are they in place? So if the road is responding positively to all these questions, the next stage you go to is enforcement. Are the police doing their work? After enforcement, the road user yourself. You remember from my statistics, you're saying road user behavior is the biggest contributor to these road accidents. So as a road user, once you come across a place, let's say you are a driver, you come across a place where pedestrians are crossing, are you mindful to stop and be respectful of that person crossing? So it's not a one approach solution, I'd say. It's a conglomerate of all of us working together in the different sectors to address this particular concern.
Okay, thank you very much, Rose. Ronald, I'm going to come to you. You work for government agencies, and you understand fully well what he's talking about. Any thoughts?
Yeah, thank you. I think in my view, I think to improve road safety, especially what the questioner said, we need to consider one, advocacy, that is engaging with the traffic police and government so that they can clearly guide on who has right of way, and then to urge the enforcement agencies to enforce this on the ground, because without them it's very difficult for the common man to enforce. And then creating awareness in the population on what to do in case a vehicle that deserves right of way is coming, what they need to do. And then finally, a mechanism for how to report cases of violation. So for example, imagine a vehicle that is creating an illegal right of way. Is there a number to which we can send a WhatsApp video or a picture or a message reporting that vehicle so that then they can be dealt with? I think that all-round approach could be able to move the needle. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that's quite useful. I think we all have to play a role. Also as safety practitioners, when we see wrong things, let's not keep quiet. Let's report them to the relevant authorities. And as we continue doing so, someday somebody will take action. Let's go to the next question. There was a hand at the back. Okay, yes, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Session Chair. Engineer Chris Opuch is my name. I work for Ministry of Gender, and I'm passionate about construction safety. I want to thank you, my colleague, Engineer Fiona, for bringing the subject home to this gathering. Colleagues, as you may know, if you have been reading the recent World Bank published reports on the degree of fatalities, the engineers, the designers here, the contractors, we are culprit number one after terrorism, where the report says 6 out of fatalities happen in the construction industry. Now, performance work-based contracting can be among the best, among the areas that should really ensure that safety and health in our workplaces are put to rest. Now, you will realize, colleagues, that in the contracting industry, especially the infrastructure, you will find that safety and health, we are all culprits here, is given the lowest ranking, thinking it is expensive and it costs the overall project outcomes. However, we have been always singing this, that if you want to think safety is expensive, try accidents, and then you will realize that you would have done small things in order to achieve a sustainable job. Now, what am I saying here? From design, as engineers, are we mainstreaming safety and health at preliminary designs? I've been given opportunity to support a number of projects in Uganda for roads, but on the founder, they will say social safeguards, mainstream social safeguards at all the areas in your project ecosystems. What about the contractors? What about maintenance? What about defect liability periods? We are supposed to ensure that we mainstream safety and health. It should not be theories, but be in practice. Now, what are we saying as government of Uganda? What can we put on our walls as we leave this mighty conference hall? What am I doing as a design engineer? What am I doing as a contractor? What about a policy formulator? What about a funder? All these, we must walk the talk, Professor. And on AI, on issue of real-time monitoring, Chair and colleagues, for Ugandan case, the amended act, because one of our challenge on OSH is data. We don't have real-time data. Now, in the law for Uganda now, we are saying, under the amended OSH Act Cap 231, they're saying, should anything happen at the workplace, we must report it in 24 hours, such that we start building our data from real situations than WhatsApp groups, than papers, such that we are seen to be acting professional. Otherwise, we are here to support each other, and we make this a reality. I want to thank you for this opportunity.
Right, thank you so much for your contribution. I think we completely agree with you on some of the issues that you have raised. Construction, it's one of those areas where there's quite a lot of occupational accidents and a lot of fatalities. And it's a place where there's need for more monitoring, more controls. It's good that the Department of Occupational Safety and Health is here. That it's an area, there are a lot of construction sites going on all over this country and all over the entire region, and there is need for better control because of the hazardous nature of that industry. The level of health and safety practices in the oil and gas industry, which in most countries around the world is usually at the very top, has not trickled down yet to the construction sector. And unfortunately, that is a sector that kills more people as a result of occupational accidents. Data, it's important. If AI is going to be useful, you need data. If you give the wrong data to AI, it will give you a wrong prediction. So the quality of what AI will give you is as good as the quality of data that you feed it with. And absolutely, we agree with that. Thank you. Let's move to the next question. There's someone here at the very front.
Excuse me, delegates, we're going to take 3 more questions, then they're going to be answered at once. So, 3, I'm not seeing ladies' hands. My beautiful ladies, there's one here. Then we're going to take 1 question from Mr. Nyakego. And then you already have the mic. Okay. And 1 last one. I'll give you a chance. Okay.
I have a question to the road safety presenter. So my question is very simple, and it is this way. I was asking, how can we balance the driver's responsibility and the organization's responsibility when it comes to road safety? You look at the aspect of the working conditions in line of the meeting the deadlines, the meeting the target, and the vehicle safety. So the balance between the driver's responsibility and for the organization, their responsibility. So that's my question.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Protocol in order. I'm called Dr. Adil Mary from South Sudan. I got some questions to ask. The first question is about what safety precautions should passengers take when using border? Because most cases we talk about precautions to be taken by border riders, but we don't talk about the precautions that the passengers should take. So we need to elaborate on that. Second question, what measures can government, then health and safety associations take to reduce accidents on the road? Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Nyakego. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mine is more or less a proposal. Thanks to the presenters for the excellent presentations. I want to propose a combination of synergy between the two, whereby the gentleman who was concerned about convoys, where somebody has got a Mercedes and maybe another has got a Prado or these big cars, they take off the road and put on the hazards and ride on the wrong way. I've seen some policemen somewhere take some action. One was trying that kind of behavior, and a policeman came on the way and took out his phone and took the number plate. That person quickly got into the line, and that kind of shaped him. In Kenya nowadays, we are starting a situation where we have cameras along the way. And I've realized that the expressway that we have in Kenya, there are some cameras there. And drivers are very cautious along that road because they know that there's a camera, and the moment he misbehaves, there's going to be some penalty through some AI because of data somewhere. When a policeman arrests somebody, and it's known, this is Nyakego, is a director, so if he has nothing is taken against him. But when it is the data, central data, maybe using the government system that exists, then the penalty is automatically going to be generated by the AI, and that person is going to be brought to book. So I would propose that we go that way, where we combine the technology and the engineering aspect, so that our people, instead of personally or manually having somebody arrested and penalized, there is a way of detecting the registration of that vehicle, and then it goes to the central registration of motor vehicles and assets, and the person is going to receive a message for penalty, or to appear in court, or is going to be automatically penalized. There are many that I have seen being penalized. Although, of course, there could be some fight. There are people who would fight that. But that is something to be considered. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're going to take one more bonus question.
Hello, good afternoon. Maybe to elaborate much more on what Mr. Justice mentioned, a case in hand. Before we introduced, I think in Uganda, those cameras that detect the speed meters and all, the speed limits. But then, of course, the way it was enforced, the way it was introduced was haphazardly. They brought it in without, first sensitizing the public, taking the public through, where and what to do, what not to do. But also, I can give a case for Rwanda. I've seen this system work. The time I visited Rwanda, you notice that they have cameras on the road that detect these defiants and also people that break the speed limits and whatnot. So with these cameras, at first they put them without signages, without mentioning that there's going to be a camera ahead. Maybe after the other turn, there's a camera. So one of the things that they collected so much people making mistakes, getting tickets for overspeeding and all that stuff. So one thing that they were trying to prevent is having humps. So for us here in Uganda, we have humps everywhere, every second, every hour, every second, we have a hump. But the other side, you might not find a hump in the city. Actually, I don't remember finding a hump anywhere. And the whole point is that the cameras, like you mentioned, the automatic way, what you're trying to achieve, they're already implementing it. There's no traffic guy that's going to chase you. They are not going to try and give you a ticket, or you try to negotiate, nothing. You will just be there, you see an email, they show you the speed limits, the mistake you made, and all that stuff. You find that it's very easy, that they don't have to go back and forth with human interaction, corruption, and any form of making it incompetent. So one of the best things that they said, okay, yes, we understand you want to limit the speed. So how about you alert us? So they said, okay, it's fine. Let's put the signages. So before you reach the camera, there is a sign showing you that there is a camera ahead. Yeah? So there's now someone just drives knowing that if I pass, next 5 meters, next 10 meters, I'm going to be recorded in wrong. So now it totally reduced road transport accidents. So that's one thing that I wanted to submit to show that actually it works. You find people are just self-governed. They know the speed limits. They know where to go beyond. They know where not to go. They know that the cameras will get you. So there's nothing like saying that guys are hidden in the corner. Like what we have here, you just come out of the corner, you find a guy already, shooting at your speedometer. So basically that's what I wanted to say, that actually some governments have adopted it, and it's actually working, and very peaceful. You barely see any policeman on the road looking for road defiance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to close with 2 very burning questions from my friends over here.
Thank you very much. Protocol remains observed. Peace Likicho is my name. I work for Inspector Africa Limited as their QHSE lead. Mine is not, it's a kind of a concern and a question at the same time. I don't know how it is in other countries, but for us in Uganda, you find at junctions where traffic lights are, border men, they play with bikes as if they are sweeping using sticks or brooms. You find that traffic lights are indicating red. It's not their time to cross, but everyone wants to find a way of crossing. So I wonder how all of us here, or even the government itself, can help these guys stop this act. You find someone is taking a chance, trying to cross, a taxi driver is coming from the other end, they just brake on the bike itself. So that situation is at every traffic light. I asked about 3 border men, why do you do that? The response was they don't have time. They are always rushing because they don't have time. Then I asked him, do you know that 1 second that you could wait for the traffic lights to turn green can claim your life? They said, we've survived for so many years. So what can we do to help these guys to be safe on the roads? Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I will be very brief. My question will be directed to Mr. Christopher, but you can get support from your colleagues. With the AI and digitalization increasingly influencing us management, how do we ensure that these technologies, they just complement, not replace our HSE practitioners, professionals? And what special skills can they acquire to remain relevant in the field? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for those wonderful questions. Rose, a lot of the questions are around road transport. So I'm going to start with you once again to provide as much answer as you can. And then I will ask Ronald to supplement after that before we come to the questions around technology.
So I'll be very brief, but I hope I'll be able to answer. So first of all, on the issue of that my colleague engineer has raised, the practice now in Kenya is for every road construction, especially the major projects that are funded by maybe World Bank, AFDB, and just major road constructions, what we are doing, road safety is being embedded into the contract as a prerequisite for approval. The same way we have NEMA approvals and all those kind of approvals. So road safety is given a special a budget line in the contract. You are supposed to do road safety audits before, during the planning stage of the contract, and submit the proposals and all those findings as a prerequisite for a project approval. It's also being mainstreamed into our small maintenance contracts. We have a budget line for that. So without showing how you're going to achieve your road safety objectives, the project basically is not approved for implementation. And just to make a correction, when I'm talking about road safety, I'm not just talking about road safety in terms of the road actually. I'm also talking about EHS practices and also OSHA practices even for the construction workers. So the methodology will also include how you're going to ensure that the workers are safe, the ESS guidelines are adhered to, and all those NEMA guidelines in general. I just wanted to add that point to what the engineer said. On the issue of driver fatigue, I'll answer this collectively with the question about ensuring we call them pillion passengers, the people carried by the border. What we are doing in Kenya, and it's something that is an ongoing study, especially we are trying to learn best practices from Rwanda, because Rwanda is really leading this border sector. If you go to Rwanda, like what has been said, most of the people, like I'd say 95% of the border operators are carrying 1 passenger. If you go to these other countries, people are being carried as many as 4 passengers. And we are asking the Rwandese, what practices are they putting in place so that this compliance is achieved to that level? Even the issue of helmets, it's very uncommon to find a passenger on a border having a helmet. Yes, the rider has a helmet, but what about the pillion passenger? They don't have helmets. And this helmet is the most important protective gear for a person on the border. So what we are doing in Kenya, again, honing on advocacy, we are partnering a lot with a lot of grassroots organizations, the regulators, the government. We are doing a lot of sensitizations. As an authority, every single week we have to make sure that you do a sensitization exercise. You go to the borders, you go to the roadside vendors, you go to the like this issue of driver fatigue. We partner a lot with the matatus through, here you call them taxis, the matatus through their circles and cooperative societies. We go and train them, and while you're training them, we don't just train them on aspects of the road. We onboard other service providers. We onboard the Red Cross. We onboard the Kenya Police. We onboard every other person basically involved in the road safety space, so that the information that is disseminated is a whole approach. We are telling them this is what you need to do on the road. At the same time, the police is informing them that these are some of the traffic laws that if you violate, you'll be fined. The Red Cross is teaching them on the road safety. Driving schools are reminding them on the best practices to be on the road. So basically, the issue of advocacy is what we are really trying to push now. It's a back and forth learning process, because today you're doing it, tomorrow people go back to their old ways. But we are saying we will not tire, we'll still keep pushing. And you're also welcome to learn from other jurisdictions what they are doing on this same issue. Thank you.
All right, I will, there was a question around the precautions to take when using border borders. So I'll start with the hierarchy of controls. The first one is eliminate or avoid. So what I mean here is think critically if a border is necessary. Is there another alternative that you can use? I give an example. My office is only about 20 minutes from here. So I could take a border, but I choose to walk. So by doing that, I get the added benefit of some physical exercise in the morning, but I'm not sitting on a border. Now, it's not always practical to avoid. So what do? One, be observant. Don't jump on any motorcycle that stops in front of you. Look at the rider, look at the condition of the bike. There are some things some telltale signs that you can pick up on whether this person is sober and serious and focused, and the condition of the bike that they're going to use to transport you. And let that guide you on which one you pick. It goes without saying, wear a helmet. Now, I don't think all of us have helmets lying around. We don't go with helmets everywhere. But we have these companies that provide these border services through apps. Most of them are required to have an additional helmet. So make use of those that have additional helmets. And if the use of a border in your case is not an emergency, but it's your way of life, you do it every day, then my advice is purchase the necessary PPE. Have a riding helmet, a jacket, whatever that you can get that is practical and realistic for your situation. I also like to speak about rider behavior, and this also relates to the vehicles that create additional lanes. I think enforcement has a big role to play. I remember about a year ago, and Isaac has mentioned this, we introduced some road traffic regulations, and they had stringent speed requirements, and people were receiving fines almost instantly. You could see that vehicle speeds really dropped, and it wasn't because of 6 months of awareness promotion. It was just the knowledge that there is serious negative consequence that is going to be associated with your poor driver behavior. So being able to go ahead and follow through with the enforcement of these laws, I think it has a significant positive impact on discipline on the roads. And I think the relevant ministry is about to release updated regulations which will bring those regulations back into implementation. So let's be alert and let's comply. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Ronald. Let's come to Christopher on the question around technology as a complement to human being and not a replacement for humans.
Okay, thank you very much. So yes, there is a common belief and knowledge that AI is going to wipe out most of the jobs, and this has been held by most people. Yes, I acknowledge that, and looking at the economic side, I try to disagree with that. AI is going to increase our productivity. Increase in productivity leads to increase in income. Increase in income leads to increase in investment. When investments increase, we have more jobs being created, and then this will lead to like replacement of those that have lost their jobs. And yes, now returning to that, AI, yes, is going to enhance occupational health and safety, but then I still do acknowledge that ownership of safety is a human concern. And occupational health and safety professionals have to enhance their skills in different categories. One of them is digital literacy and analysis. They have to learn how to understand how AI works, how our AI systems work, how they can analyze data from AI. Another important skill they will need is cybersecurity. They need to learn how to protect their data in case of cyber attacks. In 2021, we had an attack in the United States where an organization called the Council Organization for Oil and Gas in the United States was attacked by cyber terrorists, and it affected the oil prices. So one of the skills that OSH professionals need during this era of AI is cybersecurity awareness. Another important and crucial skill is human critical thinking. OSH professionals need to enhance their critical and judgment skills to decipher and discern AI information. You see, some of the information in these AI systems is not genuine, and I believe if OSH professionals want to enhance their productivity and increase occupational health and safety through AI, they have to learn how to decipher and improve their critical thinking skills. I think that answers that.
Chair, I would like to supplement on AI because it's something that I have quite some passion in. So I personally struggle to see a time when AI can be the safety officer or the safety manager in a company. I really struggle, and I don't think it is possible. Yeah. However, I think the current HSC professional using AI can be superhuman, can be significantly more effective. Now, most of us still use AI like we did 3 years ago. When was ChatGPT launched? I think 2019 or 2022? Yes, that one where you write something in the box, it writes back, and you jump around and like, wow, this thing is thinking actually. So that is 2022 way of using AI, and you will not go so far. You will struggle to find a valuable use of AI in your current work beyond simply editing your email or summarizing for you a long PDF document or using it like you use Google to perform search. So if you do that with AI, you're leaving a lot on the table. Yeah? We talked about analytics, being able to use AI to predict what is going to happen. So currently, an example I can give that we may be able to relate to is having IVMS in vehicles. You know, the situation where you have an IVMS in a vehicle, it's able to give you the vehicle speed, it's able to tell you if the driver is dozing, it's able to tell you if the driver is overspeeding. Now, that information is useful now, and I will admit that it's information that I personally take and I use to make decisions in my current workplace. However, we are leaving so much on the table because there is a lot of information on that system that I can't analyze on my own. For example, yes, I may know that the driver is overspeeding, but I don't know whether he overspeeds on journeys up-country or from up-country coming back. I don't know if he overspeeds when the weather is poor or when the weather is clear. I don't know whether he overspeeds when he's about to reach the destination or when he's beginning the journey. I don't know if his overspeeding happens towards the end of the month or at the beginning of the month. I don't know if the overspeeding is in the night or in the day. So there are so many other pieces of information that the system that I have today gives me, but I simply have no ability to process it. Imagine if I knew that cases of overspeeding at my company will increase with this other condition. Then I will be able to make plans around how transport is managed in my organization, considering that factor. So in short, what I'm saying is, stop chatting with AI and give AI the work that it needs to do to make you a better professional. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think a lot has been said, and I think we've learned a lot from entering borders to general road safety and the different ways that today AI can support you and I to do our jobs. AI, like you said, has gone beyond just chatting with it. Now we talk about context engineering and agentic AI, where you and I can build agents that can help us to get our job done without much stress. So a lot is progressing. The question was asked as to, well, what do we do? How do we prepare for the future? Make sure you integrate what is happening. It's not just testing now. You see, there's a lot I can do with AI because I understand prompt and context engineering. So you need to learn prompt engineering. You need to learn context engineering. I was talking to a group of people recently and I said, now you can build your own apps without learning how to code. Those days you have to learn Python, you have to learn C++ and all of that. You don't need that now because AI can code for you. Just describe the problem and it can help you. So even within your organization, you can create very simple apps that help you to gather data, help you to gather quite a lot of things, and help you to analyze data and make meaningful decisions. Like I said earlier, you are never going to entrust health and safety into the hands of an algorithm. Human beings will ultimately be responsible for health and safety. But again, the advances in AI with other disruptive technologies like Internet of Things can all help us, for example, to do things more safer than we used to do before. When I joined the oil and gas industry many years ago after university, and I worked offshore, and we used to send divers to go down and fix problems on the sea surface. Now, they don't do that anymore because we have ROVs, remotely operated vehicles, who you can send there. I'm using the word who very carefully because technically they are behaving like human beings. They can couple, uncouple, they can fix, you can talk to them, they understand what you're saying and tell them what to do. That's how you can enhance safety. So rather than putting human beings 800 feet down to go and fix something underwater, AI can help me to do some of those things. If you ever visit a place like Saudi Aramco and you visit some of their facilities and you see the amazing things they are able to troubleshoot in the field and solve without an engineer physically going there, what are you doing? You're improving safety because rather than taking the risk on a helicopter or whatever to go to the field to solve a problem that I can troubleshoot from an office in Jeddah, safety improves. So those are the areas where artificial intelligence, technology can help us to solve a lot of problems. Time will come in manufacturing. We are going to rather put human being where the noise is so much, and we are looking at noise protection facilities. Robots will not mind, noise will not affect them. So those are the areas we need to start thinking about. But ultimately, like I said, responsibility for safety will ultimately remain with human beings. So thank you very much for this great opportunity. I'm going to give the panelists 30 seconds each to say a final word. Let's start from you, Ronald.
Mine is that as far as AI and technology is concerned, a lot is happening. Get interested and see how you can use it. Otherwise, you're going to be left behind. And before you know it, you'll not be able to recognize how the work is done and the rate at which it's done and the quality at which it's done. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. Thank you very much. My parting shot is that we stakeholders need to come together to ideate, co-create, and implement solutions that will enhance AI in occupational health and safety.
Mine is road safety is a shared responsibility. Each one of us has a role to play, whether you're a driver, a pedestrian, an industry leader, an advocate, every other space, everybody should play their part. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. This session has been sponsored by Victoria University. Just to say that Victoria University has a master's degree in health, safety, and environment that is accredited by the Institute of Occupational Safety and Health in the UK, meaning that if you graduate, you qualify to become a certified health and safety practitioner. Thank you very much. Thank you, Victoria University, for the sponsorship. And I want to say once again, thank you everyone for listening to us. And thank you, members of the panel, for all your efforts. Back to you, moderator.
Thank you very much to our panelists. That was such a rich session. I've learned so much. I feel like I've been in a lecture, and I've so many information that we're going to help in our different industry. Remember, today we want to leave these sessions with a call to action. We're not just listening and taking in the knowledge. We want to apply this to our different workplaces. So I said after the short break, we were gonna have a little session, and I want to see if we really were interacting during the breaks and maybe on our tables. So I'm going to pick two people and ask them what they know about the person sitting next to them. Nicodemus, I'm going to start with you. Tell me their name and something interesting about them.
Okay, the person seated to me on my right is called Madame Esther, and she works on a World Bank project in South Sudan. So far, that was the engagement since morning, but we hope to know each other more by lunchtime. Thank you.
You're going to know each other more during the lunch hour. Then, but thank you, at least you know her name and where she works. Maybe find out something else, and you can exchange numbers. We came here to network, and once you leave this place, have at least two people's contacts and keep in touch. I'm targeting the teams from Somalia and Eswatini. Please, I want your contacts. Then Mr. Macarius, tell us about the beautiful lady next to you.
Thank you. The beautiful lady next to me, her name is Nanjala Msangi from the Republic of Mama, Samia Suluhu. she works in government with the Benefit Compensation Authority, something like that. And I think that is okay.
Wow, let's give a hand of applause to Nicodemus and Macarius. Let's take that as a challenge. Every one of us, please, let's interact. I think I've known 3/4 of this room. Don't ask me, I'm going to answer that after lunch. So let me hand it over to my co-MC, Mr. Alex.
Well, thank you so much, and a round of applause to Professor Augustine and his team of panelists. They've done justice to this particular session, and indeed there's been quite a lot of learnings that we've picked. But allow me, as we prepare the cameramen and ladies, we'll be taking an official photo for this team. But before we do that, I want to allude to two facts. We did talk about the power of technology and AI, how important it is to address some of the challenges that we are grappling with in issues concerning road safety. And I want to play a very short video from one of our partners, Eacosh. They've been doing a bit of road awareness, and in the next second, kindly have a look at this clip. Media team, if we could play that, please.
Good morning, this is Eacosh Uganda Limited bringing you today's safety moment.
So today, let's talk about speed. And not just how fast it gets you there, but what it really costs. Speed determines how much time you have to see your hazard, react, and stop, especially when something unexpected happens. So, what happens when you move too fast on the road? The faster you travel, the less time you have to react when something unexpected happens. So don't let pressure, other drivers, or expectations set this speed for you. Let the weather, the visibility, the conditions on the road make those choices. So here is the trade worth making. It's better to arrive late than to not arrive at all. So don't drive to impress. Drive safe, and we'll see you next time on the road. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There is so much that we can do, and our colleague from Inspector Africa, I'm sorry I didn't get the name, she questioned us on what should we do to create awareness to these border cyclists. They sometimes appear like a menace, and yet all of us use them when we want to beat traffic. If you have a meeting you want to get to and you don't have enough time, we actually end up using these border riders. So awareness creation is very, very important if we are going to keep using them and enjoying their services. I'll give one more opportunity to one of our colleagues from Alaya here. Still about AI. They have come up with a solution, and let's play a short video as well, such that we get to see what products they have to offer us, and I'll give him a minute to just speak to that video as well. Media team?
I'm from Ocean Technologies, and I want to show you a quick demo of Alaya. So Alaya is a software which turns ordinary cameras into advanced surveillance tools, but it can also taking footage from other sources such as drones, USB webcams, and potentially in future if the evolution goes to ground robots for surveillance, which we haven't seen here yet. So you have all your footage in one platform and getting advanced analytics on it. As you can see here, we can configure different modules depending on the needs of the place where the camera is facing. We can configure PPE. We can choose what kind of PPE is required. I can choose gloves, vest, mask, safety shoes, depending on, for example, what kind of production floor the camera is facing. I can choose thermal imaging in case I want to, for example, flag people who are potentially having, let's say, fevers, or even possibly to observe critical equipment for thermal hotspots. There is a vehicle logging module, there is phone detection, fire detection, it can detect fire actually, quite actually, even just the smoldering smoke. And then we can configure restricted access. So as you can see here, we can draw just a virtual boundary. This one you're seeing in orange. So when I click on restricted access, it will ask me to draw a virtual boundary or use an existing boundary. So I already have one, which is here. But if I click on new one for updates, I will just draw a virtual boundary on the screen. And it let me just briefly explain a little more. So I'm called Bwenje Duncan from Ocean Technologies, and the software is called Alaya, which we translate into God's eye. So it's not God, but it's your companion in safety compliance monitoring. It has very interesting modules. One of them is PPE monitoring, fire detection. So you turn your analog cameras into advanced surveillance tools. You can do vehicle logging, thermal hotspot monitoring. We also have we have a report generation feature. So you can just query it like ChatGPT, and it will summarize for you what happened, let's say, last week, instead of going through the trouble of filtering all that evidence. And it has a vehicle logging module which gives you advanced functions like for those parking systems you see. So you can have all the vehicles entering your premises, the number plates, the color, the make, and the model all in one centralized database. And also you can generate reports in Word, PDF, or Excel based on what you want. So I have a very short time. I'm available. If you see me in a white helmet, please come and see a demo of this in action. I have my computer here, and I'll be glad to discuss how we can put this in your premises. It doesn't need internet. You don't have to buy new cameras. You use the ones already in your premises. That's the beauty about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Duncan. It doesn't get better than that. Let's interact and speak to our potential service providers. And can I request the camera people to kindly take an official photograph for the panel team that has been taking us through this session, Professor Augustine and the panelists. Please step to the fore. And who is guiding us? Okay, the team is coming over. And I will be collaborating further, even during the lunch break. After this session, it's 1:15. We shall have 45 minutes for lunch, and we should purpose to be back in this auditorium by 2 p.m., such that we carry forward. We have a session 5, which we should have done before we broke off for lunch. But let's go have lunch, come back early enough by 2, do session 5, and then try to catch up with session 6, which was scheduled for the afternoon. I know that the team is moving around, trying to issue us with our lunch coupons. Yesterday, if I remember right, there were 2 restaurants, and the names to the restaurant where you're supposed to be were appearing on the coupons. Please give the team a round of applause as they take their seats. Yeah, so we can break off for lunch to our respective restaurants, and let's be here 5 to 2, such that at 2 p.m. we kick off for the afternoon sessions. Bon appetit.
Before you leave, or as you leave, let me just give one compliment or a proposal. So there was a lady who asked about, in Kenya, how we manage to control the border guys when it comes to the traffic. So in Kenya, this is how it happens. So in Kenya, we have different counties. So you find that in Nairobi, for you to have a border and operate, you have to have a license. You see? You have to get a license from the authority. That means that you know how to check the road safety when it comes to the green light, the yellow, and the red. So that's how it's up in Kenya. But also in Mombasa, they don't allow people to go into town with the border. So that also helps to mitigate the risk of getting into harm with the people at the junctions. So in Kenya, it's a bit, we are somewhere, but we haven't achieved the 100%, but we are somewhere. So that's how we do it in Kenya. Thank you so much.
Industrial Park is open for business, and your expression of interest will be your first step in. Before the window opens, get ready. Visit the KIP Investor Portal at kip.unoc.com and download your free expression of interest investor guide with everything you need to prepare in one place. Your company documentation, your project details, your track record, your commitment to Uganda, all laid out step by step. Have a question before you begin? Reach our investor relations team at support.kip@unoc.com for any support. Invest in KIP, invest in Uganda. Kabalega Petro-based Industrial Park, a project by the Uganda National Oil Company, UNOC.
In a world where progress and infrastructure development is constant, there is a need to strike a balance to adhere to the principles of sustainable development. Geotropic Consults is an environment and social safeguards practice incorporated in Uganda since 2014. And it's our core mandate to ensure that as we execute services for our clients, we ensure that the people who work for us and with us, the communities within which we operate, and the environment are safeguarded.
We operate in 5 major core areas, and first core area is environmental management, and that's where we do impact assessments, that's where we do audits, that's where we do social baselines. The other core area that we operate in is in terms of planning and policy, and that's where we do feasibility studies and baselines and ensuring that we characterize the environment and the receptors are really taken care of in terms of ensuring that we have appropriate mitigation measures. And the third area that we work in is health and safety. A health environment and a secure environment, both for people, but then also the people that and the workplace is very, very critical. And we support our clientele to ensure that health and safety is at the heart of everything that we do. We do also support our clientele in terms of ensuring ISO training and preparing the requisite plans and policies and procedures and documentation for our clientele to be able to secure certification, for example, health and safety, environment management, and quality standards. Last but not least, we are into policy, research, and advocacy. We do a lot of research in terms of agriculture, in terms of education, extension to inform intervention, to inform change, to inform policy. That's also an area that we have worked with our clientele, both national and international level. Importantly, we draw on a critical mass of researchers and associates, both within Geotropic, but also in academia, both at national level, but also at international level, to be able to tailor and come up with appropriate solutions and products and services to our clientele.
We are also members of the UN Global Compact, where we espouse the principles of sustainability. We have been able to offer services in the entire energy sector. Talk about generation, transmission, and distribution. We've been able to offer services in that subsector, and more recently, we've been involved and are continuing to get involved in activities in the oil and gas space in Uganda. Geotropic Consults calls upon you to continue working with us for a sustainable future.
Experience the future of driving. Advanced collision warnings keep you safe. Smart systems that detect driver fatigue, lack of seatbelt use, and active phone usage. Track smarter, drive safer.
In a world where progress and infrastructure development is constant, there is a need to strike a balance to adhere to the principles of sustainable development. Geotropic Consults is an environment and social safeguards practice incorporated in Uganda since 2014. And it's our core mandate to ensure that as we execute services for our clients, we ensure that the people who work for us and with us, the communities within which we operate, and the environment are safeguarded.
We operate in 5 major core areas, and first core area is environmental management, and that's where we do impact assessments, that's where we do audits, that's where we do social baselines. The other core area that we operate in is in terms of planning and policy, and that's where we do feasibility studies and baselines and ensuring that we characterize the environment and the receptors are really taken care of in terms of ensuring that we have appropriate mitigation measures. And the third area that we work in is health and safety. A health environment and a secure environment, both for people, but then also the people that at the workplace is very, very critical. And we support our clientele to ensure that health and safety is at the heart of everything that we do. We do also support our clientele in terms of ensuring ISO training and preparing the requisite plans and policies and procedures and documentation for our clientele to be able to secure certification, for example, health and safety, environment management, and quality standards. Last but not least, we are into policy, research, and advocacy. We do a lot of research in terms of agriculture, in terms of education, extension to inform intervention, to inform change, to inform policy. That's also an area that we have worked with our clientele, both national and international level. Importantly, we draw on a critical mass of researchers and associates, both within Geotropic, but also in academia, both at national level, but also at national level, to be able to tailor and come up with appropriate solutions and products and services to our clientele.
We are also members of the UN Global Compact, where we espouse the principles of sustainability. We have been able to offer services in the entire energy sector. Talk about generation, transmission, and distribution. We've been able to offer services in that subsector, and more recently, we've been involved and are continuing to get involved in activities in the oil and gas space in Uganda. Geotropic Consults calls upon you to continue working with us for a sustainable future.
seen the vision, you felt the scale of what's coming. Kawalega Petro-based Industrial Park is open for business, and your expression of interest will be your first step in. Before the window opens, get ready. Visit the KIP Investor Portal at kip.unoc.com and download your free expression of interest investor guide with everything you need to prepare in one place. Your company documentation, your project details, your track record, your commitment to Uganda, all laid out step by step. Have a question before you begin? Reach our investor relations team at support.kip@unoc.com for any support. Invest in KIP, invest in Uganda. Kawalega Petro-based Industrial Park, a project by the Uganda National Oil Company, UNOC.
Experience the future of driving. Advanced collision warnings keep you safe. Smart systems that detect driver fatigue, lack of seatbelt use, and active phone usage. Track smarter, drive safer.
You've seen the vision, you felt the scale of what's coming. Kawalega Petro-based Industrial Park is open for business, and your expression of interest will be your first step in. Before the window opens, get ready. Visit the KIP Investor Portal at kip.unoc.com and download your free expression of interest investor guide with everything you need to prepare in one place. Your company documentation, your project details, your track record, your commitment to Uganda, all laid out step by step. Have a question before you begin? Reach our investor relations team at support.kip@unoc.com for any support. Invest in KIP, invest in Uganda. Kawalega Petro-based Industrial Park, a project by the Uganda National Oil Company, UNOC.
In a world where progress and infrastructure development is constant, there is a need to strike a balance to adhere to the principles of sustainable development. Geotropic Consults is an environment and social safeguards practice incorporated in Uganda since 2014. And it's our core mandate to ensure that as we execute services for our clients, we ensure that the people who work for us and with us, the communities within which we operate, and the environment are safeguarded.
We operate in 5 major core areas, and first core area is environmental management, and that's where we do impact assessments, that's where we do audits, that's where we do social baselines. The other core area that we operate in is in terms of planning and policy, and that's where we do feasibility studies and baselines and ensuring that we characterize the environment and the receptors are really taken care of in terms of ensuring that we have appropriate mitigation measures. And the third area that we work in is health and safety. A health environment and a secure environment, both for people, but then also the people that at the workplace is very, very critical. And we support our clientele to ensure that health and safety is at the heart of everything that we do. We do also support our clientele in terms of ensuring ISO training and preparing the requisite plans and policies and procedures and documentation for our clientele to be able to secure certification, for example, health and safety, environment management, and quality standards. Last but not least, we are into policy, research, and advocacy. We do a lot of research in terms of agriculture, in terms of education, extension to inform intervention, to inform change, to inform policy. That's also an area that we have worked with our clientele, both national and international level. Importantly, we draw on a critical mass of researchers and associates, both within Geotropic, but also in academia, both at national level, but also at international level, to be able to tailor and come up with appropriate solutions and products and services to our clientele.
We are also members of the UN Global Compact, where we espouse the principles of sustainability. We have been able to offer services in the entire energy sector. Talk about generation, transmission, and distribution. We've been able to offer services in that subsector, and more recently, we've been involved and are continuing to get involved in activities in the oil and gas space in Uganda. Geotropic Consults calls upon you to continue working with us for a sustainable future.
Experience the future of driving. Advanced collision warnings keep you safe. Smart systems that detect driver fatigue, lack of seatbelt use, and active phone usage. Track smarter, drive safer.
You've seen the vision, you've felt the scale of what's coming. Kawalega Petrol-based Industrial Park is open for business, and your expression of interest will be your first step in. Before the window opens, get ready. Visit the KIP Investor Portal at kip.unoc.com and download your free expression of interest investor guide with everything you need to prepare in one place. Your company documentation, your project details, your track record, your commitment to Uganda, all laid out step by step. Have a question before you begin? Reach our investor relations team at support.kip@unoc.com for any support. Invest in KIP, invest in Uganda. Kawalega Petrol-based Industrial Park, a project by the Uganda National Oil Company, UNOC.
Experience the future of driving. Advanced collision warnings keep you safe. smart systems that detect driver fatigue, lack of seatbelt use, and active phone usage. Track smarter, drive safer. the future of driving. Advanced collision warnings keep you safe. Smart systems that detect driver fatigue, lack of seatbelt use, and active phone usage. Track smarter, drive safer.
You've seen the vision, you've felt the scale of what's coming. Kawalega Petrol-based Industrial Park is open for business, and your expression of interest will be your first step in. Before the window opens, get ready. Visit the KIP Investor Portal at kip.unoc.com and download your free Expression of Interest Investor Guide with everything you need to prepare in one place. Your company documentation, your project details, your track record, your commitment to Uganda, all laid out step by step. Have a question before you begin? Reach our investor relations team at support.kip@unoc.com for any support. Invest in KIP, invest in Uganda. Kawalega Petrol-based Industrial Park, a project by the Uganda National Oil Company, UNOC.
experience the future of driving. Advanced collision warnings keep you safe. Smart systems that detect driver fatigue, lack of seatbelt use, and active phone usage. Track smarter, drive safer. experience the future of driving. Advanced collision warnings keep you safe. Smart systems that detect driver fatigue, lack of seatbelt use, and active phone usage. Track smarter, drive safer.
In a world where progress and infrastructure development is constant, there is a need to strike a balance to adhere to the principles of sustainable development. Geotropic Consults is an environment and social safeguards practice incorporated in Uganda since 2014. And it's our core mandate to ensure that as we execute services for our clients, we ensure that the people who work for us and with us, the communities within which we operate, and the environment are safeguarded.
We operate in 5 major core areas, and first core area is environmental management, and that's where we do impact assessments, that's where we do audits, that's where we do social baselines. The other core area that we operate in is in terms of planning and policy, and that's where we do feasibility studies and baselines and ensuring that we characterize the environment and the receptors are really taken care of in terms of ensuring that we have appropriate mitigation measures. And the third area that we work in is health and safety. A health environment and a secure environment, both for people, but then also the people that and the workplace is very, very critical. And we support our clientele to ensure that health and safety is at the heart of everything that we do. We do also support our clientele in terms of ensuring ISO training and preparing the requisite plans and policies and procedures and documentation for our clientele to be able to secure certification, for example, health and safety, environment management, and quality standards. Last but not least, we are into policy, research, and advocacy. We do a lot of research in terms of agriculture, in terms of education, extension to inform intervention, to inform change, to inform policy. That's also an area that we have worked with our clientele, both national and international level. Importantly, we draw on a critical mass of researchers and associates, both within Geotropic, but also in academia, both at national level, but also at international level, to be able to tailor and come up with appropriate solutions and products and services to our clientele.
We are also members of the UN Global Compact, where we espouse the principles of sustainability. We have been able to offer services in the entire energy sector. Talk about generation, transmission, and distribution. We've been able to offer services in that subsector, and more recently, we've been involved and are continuing to get involved in activities in the oil and gas space in Uganda. Geotropic Consults calls upon you to continue working with us for a sustainable future.
Yeah, something interesting, like, I don't know, the best national park, if you have one. Is there a national park? What is the name of the national park?
Okay, we have Hlane National Park. Hlane.
Hlane.
Yes, Hlane.
Hlane Royal National Park.
Yes.
You had missed the royal.
Oh, yeah. I forgot. It's called Hlane Royal National Park.
What is the population of Eswatini?
It's approximately 1.2 million people. Only.
Only?
Yes. And we have only one tribe.
There's only one tribe. safety audits, plant examinations, technical trainings, fire safety audits, environmental compliance, integrity assessments, statutory compliance, and workforce competency development. A round of applause to Engineer Gilbert Mariaka. Welcome, sir. He's going to take us through the profiles of our panelists for the next session. Welcome, sir. Karibu.
Asante. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Before we start, and you start counting my time, I will request Lucy to come here. We need to do some cuckoo dance. We have come from ranch. Food needs to go down. Please, media team. I think I told you prepare this. Please put for me that cuckoo dance. Come, Lucy.
Hello. That was a warm-up.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. From the morning, we have been learning, and we are on learning. I would like us to take a very short time for this session. We are session 5. We are handling road safety, fire, and disaster reduction. Most of the things in road safety has been covered, and therefore, we'll give more emphasis on on the fire safety. And therefore, I will give an opening remarks, then I will be able to call my team so that we take the shortest time possible. Fire safety must evolve beyond a reactive approach focused solely on emergency response. Greater emphasis is needed on prevention, preparedness, competence development, compliance, and effective governance to reduce the occurrence and impact of fire-related incidents. Fire incidents remain a significant risk to small and medium enterprises across East Africa, particularly in manufacturing, retail shops, warehouses, markets, garages, hospitality facilities, and informal businesses. Common incidents have been reported in Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, often resulting in loss of life, destruction of property, business interruptions, and job losses. After saying that, I want to give you examples of the fires we have had in East Africa, such that now I give you context. When I call the team to come over, we already have a context on how we can be able to move forward. I want us to look at examples. For example, number one, we have Gikomba market fire that happened in Nairobi in June 2026. That's the other day. And for your information, it's Gikomba, since I was born, I've been having hearing of this fire happening now and again. One of Kenya's largest markets was devastated by a fire that destroyed numerous stores and small businesses. Traders lost merchandise worth millions of shillings. General people were injured and livelihoods were disrupted. Gikomba has experienced repeated fire incidents over the years. Incident number two, Bugema market fire, Mbale, Uganda, June 2026. A late-night fire gutted dozens of kiosks and market stalls, destroying goods worth millions of shillings. The fire spread rapidly due to closely packed wooden structures and combustible materials. Number three, Katwe market fire, Kampala, Uganda, March 2026. A fire destroyed numerous kiosks and businesses, with traders reporting losses worth millions. Witnesses suspected electrical faults from aging power infrastructure as a possible cause. Hima Cement, number four, factory fire, Kasese, Uganda, July 2025. A fire broke out on a conveyor belt system within the factory. Although emergency response teams controlled the incident, the event highlighted the need for industrial fire prevention and equipment maintenance. Number five is factory fire in Jinja and Njeru, Uganda, 2025. Multiple fires affected manufacturing facilities, including sugar and beverage factories. Yoko, one of the East Africa's largest commercial markets, has experienced several major fires that destroyed hundreds of shops and caused significant losses to SMEs and traders. Market fires have been a recurring challenge across Tanzania. So as we engage in today's discussion, I encourage us to explore practical and sustainable ways of integrating OSH into road safety, fire safety, and disaster risk reduction into a unified prevention framework. By working collaboratively, we can strengthen resilience, protect lives, safeguard livelihoods, and contribute to safer workplaces and communities across the East Africa region. To add to this what I've said, I want to call upon our panelists, and therefore I will start with Mr. Alex. Mr. Alex Mugabo. I want to give you a small biography about Alex. Alex Mugabo. Alex Mugabo is the head of transport at a CCare Uganda and a chartered member of the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport. He is currently pursuing professional certificates in ISO 39001 Road Traffic Safety Management Systems and Certified Road Safety Auditing CRSA. Alex specializes in transport operations, fleet safety, compliance, and the integration of the road traffic safety within occupational safety and health framework. He is passionate about improving safety outcomes for transport workers and advancing sustainable road safety practices across Uganda. Let's clap for Mr. Alex as he comes on board. The next person I will call upon is Mr. Isaac Kipkorir. Mr. Isaac Kipkorir is an occupational safety, health, and environment professional with more than 10 years of experience in risk management, emergency preparedness, and regulatory compliance. He holds a NEBOSH Level 6 and is a registered environmental expert in Kenya. He applies ISO 45001 and ISO 14001 principles in aviation, logistics, and institutional operations. His professional interests include fire governance, incident prevention, emergency planning, stronger application of OSH in schools and public institutions. He is particularly interested in assurance systems that protect vulnerable occupants, including children and persons with disability. His work promotes public-private technical collaboration while retaining government enforcement and institutional accountability. Let us welcome Mr. Kibet. Welcome, Mr. Kibet. The next person, our panelist, is Mr. Samuel Nikoma, MBA. He's a fire safety advocate and a facilities manager at Lift Kingsley Academy, Hounslow, UK, with experience in fire prevention, emergency preparedness, occupational safety, and facilities management. He previously served as a chief commercial officer at Fire Magnet Limited, a private fire and emergency response company. Samuel was a panelist at the NFPA Conference and Expo 2025 in Las Vegas, contributing to discussions on fire safety challenges in Africa. His work focuses on adapting intentional fire and life safety practices to Africa workplaces, schools, and communities, with emphasis on prevention, preparedness, resilience, and safety systems. Let us welcome Mr. Samuel. Welcome, Mr. Samuel. Last but not least is my co-chair, who will also give time to speak in a minute, Mr. Henry Kagunde. I hope I pronounced it correctly. I don't want to mess with my in-laws' names. Kagunde Henry is a fire engineering and occupational safety professional with over 25 years of experience in the fire protection industry. He holds a diploma in electrical engineering, certificates in fire safety and risk management, and occupational health and safety management. A training in ISO integrated management system. He is also a member of NFPA. Joined the fire industry with Womal Fire Systems, where he served as the electrician, where he was involved in a number of fire projects, including factories, hotels, institutions, banks, etc. Womal Group up, come and have a minute to open this. I would like us to focus on ways we can be able to come out of this session for us to be able to implement these things outside there. Welcome, Mr. Kagude.
Thank you, Co-Chair. And I thank the organizers of this conference. We are discussing fire safety. Fire safety sometimes is considered a construction cost rather than a life and safety investment in most of the organizations. Second, some projects focus heavily on obtaining approvals during construction stage, but pay insufficient attention on the ongoing maintenances. Third, there is always insufficient coordination between architects, engineers, contractors, facility managers, and safety officers. So this creates the gap. Some building, for instance, some building occupancy arrangements change, but because of the poor fire safety systems, they are not adjusted to the new hazard demands. Sometimes, for instance, when you go to warehouse sometimes are expanded or they change the applications. But when they change the application, you find when you don't have a good fire safety systems, that's when problems come. You find that probably the material in the warehouse has changed, but when you don't have a sound fire safety system, you are not going to adjust the fire systems to actually cope up with the hazard, with that hazard, a new hazard. Then for small factories, I've seen small factories during my 25 years of practice. Factories grow small, start small, but when time goes on and business is doing good, factories grow. And when they grow, sometimes they look at the aspect of machinery, manpower, but they forget about adjusting and reassessing the fire hazard. That's when gaps crop in, and that's when you leave gap for chances of fire to become a threat to these investments. For warehouses, you find that the storage heights sometimes increase because of boosted or improved production or business expansion. So whenever there is a change, the safety system should be able to be adjusted according to such data where they are kept. As from my experience, I would like to say that lesson one, we have to learn from these fire challenges. Prevention is better than response, as earlier mentioned. So our first objective normally should be not to become a better firefighters. Our first objective should be prevent fire from occurring. How do we prevent the fire from occurring? There are basic principles or cultures we have to cope up with. For example, simple housekeeping, electrical maintenance, safe storage, ignition control, and hot work permits management. There also lesson two, that fire systems must be maintained. I've been working on several projects, different clients. You find that a good system is installed in a place, but it is not maintained or not supported. So any good system can never really keep safety to its maximum once not maintained, once not supported. There's a human factor always. For instance, we reach sites, they have a very good system installed, but a client doesn't know whether the system is working or it doesn't work. I will tell you a story where we went one time. You ask the client whether you look at, assess the system has never worked. Then you ask him whether the system has ever had any alarm or a system operation. Then he tells you he doesn't know. And yet, he invested a lot of money in such a system. So the challenge now comes to everybody, it takes us back that it's everybody's responsibility. Because as managers for the facility, they have to take interest in knowing whether their systems are active. Then the workers or the employees also need to know whether they have active system. Then also, people who are supposed to inspect structures, I think KCCA has that department for inspection. You find after somebody getting a certificate, he'll be comfortable. He has his occupation permit, certificate of inspection. Yet these systems require routine checks and routine testing, because a system is like a human being. If you don't give it a support it requires, it will fail you, much as it's a very good system. Sometimes, also the type of system matter. Many clients or many business people, when they start their business, they decide to do their own procurement. That's the experience we have found. Somebody goes without experience or technical advice. He will go and procure an equipment in Dubai or China, but is not very sure where's the right equipment or specification. Then most of the projects actually don't go for consultancy. They do their own consultancy, do their own designs, without actually confirming whether somebody is designing is really having satisfaction in designing. So you find that sometimes systems are installed, but when they are actually not meeting the actual site requirement. So what I have to tell probably our audience today, that we need to develop a preventive culture other than a firefighting capacity. Number two, we need competence. We should train our manpower to be able to monitor, handle fire where possible, but also the last man should be able to have a knowledge of the hazards available within his working environment and be able to report. So we put a friendly reporting system where a hazard occurs to be able to report, and then the authorities or the administration take necessary action. Thank you.
Thank you, Co-Chair, Mr. Kagude. Thank you. To put things to perspective, I want to call Mr. Alex Mugabo to come and do a presentation on the abstract on integrating road safety into occupational safety, health, protecting workers in Uganda's formal and informal transport economies. Immediately, we'll have a presentation from Mr. Isaac Kibet on from tragedy to policy reforms, strengthening school dormitory fire safety governance and professional OSH involvement in East Africa. So once we are done with those, then we can have 1-2 discussion, then we give you the audience, you give us the feedback on what, again, we can be able to take home from this discussion. So welcome, Mr. Alex.
Thank you. God is good, and all the time. Oh, thank you. As earlier introduced, my name is Alex Mugabo, and because time is not on our side, I'd like to take you through the slides. I prepared something about road safety and why we should integrate road safety into OSH. Of course, protecting workers, whether border borders or taxi drivers. If the road is a risk, then it's an occupational risk. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, what I'm saying is why now we need to integrate road safety with OSH. If at all work moves on the road and road is a risk, then it's an occupational risk. On the slide, you can see a report that was shared by Uganda Police. They reported over 26,000 crashes in 2025 with more than 5,000 deaths. And all those Ugandans are no longer with us, just last year, 2025. And as you see, 55% is contributed by motorcycles or the border borders. Let's go to the next slide. This transport is not just, it's not a transport issue, it's a workplace safety issue. I've done a case study for the 3 transport economies on trying to assess the protection gap. As you see, we have our friends, the border guys. They are highly exposed. You see no helmet, inconsistent helmet use, no license, training gaps. The pressure is not because they want to ride, but they want to earn. There's a need to earn a living from those borders. And we have the highly exposed due to lack of training and the like. So if you look at the old taxi park, highly congested, fatigue issues, they lack control or formal trainings. It's not a protection gap across the board, because if you look at the case study with Nakawa, those fleets that are in Nakawa, they showed better systems on road safety, but still there was a challenge with fatigue controls, mainly because the bosses want to achieve their targets and the drivers have to drive, they have no option, which is a risk to the formal sector as well. Can go to slide 4. So this is a cooperative view. The protection gap is systemic. Reported compliance by operator type in Kampala 2025. If you look at the border versus the taxis and the formal sector, you find that borders, there are only 52% who have driving license, valid driving licenses. If someone gets a driving license from driving school, not these other corners, then you find that 68% of the taxi drivers have valid driving licenses. Then you find 95% of the formal sectors where we work in organizations, because it's the main question while hiring a driver. Does the driver have a valid driving license? Which is true, they have valid driving licenses. Then if you look at the roadworthy of the vehicles, our motorcycles, in our first slide you could see, surely we have challenges with the motorcycles. mechanically, they don't have indicators, and they're just going everywhere. Then regarding the vehicles, they don't do repairs on time. They only rely on mechanics. If the vehicles broke down, send a mechanic to come. If you remember the accident that we had in Uganda about the children, on that bus, it was reported that they had a mechanic with the bus while escorting the bus going to a field trip. But unfortunately, the mechanic couldn't help because the vehicle wasn't fit for the trip. If you look at the gap with the OSH, those are OSH trained. The 25% of the motorcycle riders who are trained, these are like medical riders that we have in our organizations. They're the 25% who are trained in OSH. Then the motorcycle, the taxis, 35, and the rest at 80% OSH training. Next slide. What is the integration model? Here I applied a CRSA audit using one management cycle, merging two safety disciplines. We combine OSH and ISO 39001, we'll have one continuous cycle. As seen on the slide, we have to ensure that we plan the trainings, the proper trainings with the transport sector, both formal and informal sectors. We need to do the trainings, they plan the journeys and PPEs, as well as check if what is implemented, is it working? Then we take action and investigate. We do correct measures on what we have put in place, if at all OSH is integrated with road safety. Now, if you look at CRSA audit lens, we are like us to look at the people. Are they competent enough to operate in the transport sector, whether formal or informal? Are they fit? Because if you look at some organization, you find drivers, yes, they are old, but they cut their hair and they tint to ensure that they look young, and yet they are old. So we have to look at the drivers. Are they fit physically, medically? Then the fatigue management. I would like to thank the government. Currently, the minister talked about having those who are driving buses in the informal sector, people going to Mbarara, over 300 kilometers. They should drive one way and park, then come the next day, which is a very good idea, and it will contribute to saving lives. Then do the drivers have PPEs? If you look at the vehicles we have, the roadworthiness, the defect closure, and the safety technology we're having. Surely, currently we have a government operation that is going on about vehicle roadworthiness. If you look at those, the taxis and the like, they also have challenges with the spare parts. About spare parts is quite a challenge, and the vehicles that they are using, they are quite old. So we request the government maybe to look into that to ensure these taxi owners, the matatu owners, they're able to afford those spare parts to ensure the vehicles are fit. The journeys, the route hazard, the speed limits. Do all of us do speed limits in our organizations to ensure safe following distances? Are we aware of that, or we are relying on the company drivers that we have? Then if you look at the system, management should, in our organizations, in our companies, should look at taking road safety as a big issue, because we had previously we had a professor from Victoria University. And we all know that one of the proprietors of Victoria University died in a car accident. And I don't know, he's not around. I would like to know, what does he have to offer as Victoria University in regards to road safety? Yes, all universities are teaching transport and logistics. What do they have to do with road safety? Because literally, if you look at the statistics by WHO, we are losing over 1.3 million people die every year as a result of road safety. And as previous slide, you saw that last year, Uganda, we lost over 5,000 people died as a result of road accidents. Also look at the procurement. The previous speaker talked of procurement. Yes, the procurement, we need them, but are they procuring the right equipment? Are they following the right procedures? Or they are always fighting with the technical people in regards to spare parts, in regards to the right service of vehicles in our organizations? So I would recommend that procurement, they should override the issue of price with quality. So quality should come first. If someone is doing procurement in regards to transport, then the stakeholders' voice, are they heard? Are we learning from these incidents? Because we are losing a number of people through accidents, and no one is talking about it. We are losing a number of people due to accidents. Next slide. Here I have a strategy, the action agenda for Uganda for the first 90 days. I think if applied, it might work. One of them is strength enforcement. We need to target high-risk behaviors, apply rules consistently and fairly. We need to have enforcement checked and fit to ensure everyone complies with the road, because we use these roads every day. Then we also need to have align with the policy and practice, connect OSH duties with road safety audit methods to ensure all of us are under one roof in regards to safety. Then also we need to expand inclusive training. The riders, the taxi crews, and the supervisors of the fleet. Now, I would like to give you one scenario that one of the activities that we do at CCare, I didn't inform you that I work from a background from the hospital. In regards to inclusive training, if you come at CCare, at the border stage outside our hospital, they are all trained in first aid. We also invite them sometimes to defensive driving skills, because these are people who take our staff home. Not everyone has a car, and we need them alive. Then we also need to protect the workers, approved helmets, reflective PPEs, and fatigue controls. Then we also do look at the post-crash support. Here I'd like to pose a question to all of us. When someone is knocked by a vehicle, the first thing they lose is blood. Ask yourself, have you ever donated blood? Because all my team members, all the drivers, all the borders, as CCare, we have a number of clinics across the country, and we run these blood donation drives to ensure people are safe. When there is need for blood, blood is available, most especially during holiday season, the Christmas time. We don't have blood as a result of most of the blood pickups that come from schools, not from the working sector, mainly from schools. So when schools go on holiday, we really have a gap of blood in our hospital and the rest and the like of the entire country. So I would request all of us, when we go to our companies, let's ensure we do blood donation is also a contribution factor to road safety as well. You'll save some lives because it's easy for someone to lose blood and die before they reach the hospital. How we will do this, co-designing through partnerships, government programs, the SACCOs, KCC, and police and border associations. This will help us include both formal and informal sectors into road safety. So what's the baseline? In first days, 1 to 30 days, let's map the journeys, do crash tests, fatigue exposure, and controls, then close critical defects on vehicles. On the day 61 to 90, let's assure that audit implementations are reviewed. Let's review the leading indicators and engage workers and correct the gaps. The leading indicators, these are training completion, license validity, critical defects closed. Here now, I need to pose a question. We have, most of us here have drivers that drive us from one place to another, and we're ensuring that these drivers do defensive driving training, okay? But when you're on the road, you don't have that driver on a weekend. How are you behaving on the road? We are blaming, the government, the enforcement, and all that. Do you know the basic defensive driving techniques on the road? Or you are used to, there's a Ugandan saying, if you are colliding with someone, they ask you, where are you going? We don't need where are you going, we need best driving skills on the road to be practiced. Next slide. Yeah, as I conclude, safe work must include safe journeys. Let's redefine the workplace for transport workers. Expose follows the work into the road. Number 2, let's manage the system. Training matters. So does the vehicles, the schedules, the incentives, and the routes and enforcement. What's the design inclusion? The formal and informal workers need different delivery channels, not different standards of protection. I leave a question here to discuss. What would you change if every work-related journey are treated as OSH exposure? The goal is not safer paperwork, it's fewer families losing a breadwinner to preventive crash. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Alex. Thank you very much. Just to close on this, as Mr. Kibet comes, we got to move to fire. I would like to ask a question to Mr. Samuel, who has been in the UK. What is it from the presentations you have had from morning? What is it that we can be able to copy from the developed countries that we can be able to copy and maybe implement in East Africa? Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is no doubt that we have a lot to learn from our interactions with our brothers in the UK. One thing is that we need a robust system as a country. Let's take an example of how you can reduce the traffic accidents or road accidents for our workers and for our families. The UK has what's called a DVL, which is Drivers and Vehicle Licensing Agency. Now, let's take it from a new driver. Once you get there, you're free to apply for a permit. Now, you get a learner's permit, then you go through an app. I like the conversation we had earlier on by Charles and mentioned about the AI. And we have applications that actually brings out everything you must know before you hit the road. As individuals here, we all know that once you feel like driving, you go and look for somebody who has a car and you're on the road, and 2 days later you get to drive. You get to drive and you don't know the road signs. You don't know the speed controls within the zones that you're driving in. Is it a highly built area? Is it a dual carriageway? Is it a motorway? These are, in such a way, such type of conversations can only be enabled by having what they call a robust system. Now, it is important as government to come up with a very serious agency. Forget about how we get our driving permits here. Before you hit the road, there are processes that you go through. You're going through the app, you get examined to do what's called a theory test. The theory test is a multiple choice, and before you get to the multiple choice, you've gone through a lot of repetitive questions that try to find out, is this driver really understanding what his task on the road is? Now, as corporate organizations and formal sector, we all understand what it means to do a multiple choice. Repetitive things done every single day accrue to better success of purpose. So in the UK, this is done, and by the time you go for your theories, you can actually know if you've passed or failed. Now, let's take an example of our driving schools. Who controls this? How do they license driving schools? At what point do we certify that this driving school is the best fit to ensure that the driver on the road has gone through the details before he gets what they call the real driving permit? Now, with the consistent multiple choice theory tests, and finally going through a very robust driving test, you go on the road knowing that there are do's and don'ts on the road, and you do them the right way. Therefore, you'll be able to go through, I like using the risk thing, the red, the amber, and the green. At what point do you cross the road? You're respecting other road users, the border guys are respecting each other. And all this is what builds a good culture in those societies. The question would be, are we cultured enough? Are we ready to adopt such type of integrations? That is one. Then I want to go to the vehicles that are not maybe vehicle inspection. It's very sad that the government of Uganda introduced mandatory vehicle inspection. But the question would be, do we have the skills to be able to ensure that the guys doing the inspection are fit for purpose? Can they not be compromised? Who is carrying out who is trying to ensure that they are fit to carry out an inspection on your vehicle? Therefore, we suggest that we must have what they call skills development, and the government has also put in place a lot of DIT in the country. You find individuals, when they go to the garages to learn these skills in the different technical institutions, these guys, because the government has put a mandatory vehicle inspection, that means we are creating jobs. But unfortunately, our Ugandans, we are very against this this vehicle inspection, and some of us shut it down. But no wonder the accident levels are, it's very shocking. You have 5,000 people dying in motor accidents. But just imagine how many people would have saved if we were more cautious in terms of how we get our driving permits. Do you understand the road signs? Do you respect other road users? And that way, we can actually reduce our accident levels in our country. That's a snapshot of what happens in the country, in the UK. But I would spend the whole day having a conversation on this, but you can just ask yourself that question. Am I that driver who will respect other road users? And once you can answer those questions, tick those boxes, then I can tell you for a fact you'll be able to drive from Kampala to Gulu, from Kampala to Mombasa casually, because you have gone through the entire full cycle of road safety awareness through how the robust system has enabled you to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You have added the issue of driver certification. You have added the issue of driving schools, also certifications as well. You have also talked about the vehicle inspections. Now, the audience, I will come back to you after we are done with the fire presentation, such that you give us practical things that we can be able to implement in East Africa for us to be able to get something out of this conference. Let's not be about talking about what has happened in the UK, what we are not doing, but what is it that we who are here we can be able to do in our small way for us to be able to spread the issue of the road safety. So I'll come back to you as audience to give us feedback. So let's go to Mr. Kibet to give us presentation on fires in schools that he carried out in Kenya. Please be mindful of time as well, Mr. Kibet. I will request that you be quick as well, so that we don't make our audience tired.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Gilbert, to the members from government, from the various regions, that is Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, to the leaders from the workplace safety associations across the continent, that is from South Sudan to Eswatini, South Africa, Uganda, Tanzania, to the delegates, sponsors, good afternoon. I'll be talking about the tragedy in fire safety in schools and from a governance perspective, and I'll be targeting the East African community. My name is Isaac Kibet Kipkorir, a safety professional from Nairobi. I work in the aviation industry, and we all know fire safety has been an issue that needs to be addressed within our processes. So the theme for this year is safety for formal and informal economies. When you look at schools, usually safety professionals are assumed to be targeted to manage workplaces. And schools seem to be falling not within the government scrutiny, usually left to public health, to the ministry, and to other regions. You'll move to the next slide. So this issue for safety in schools is a critical issue that needs to be addressed. Yeah. We know that we have had deadly fire safety incidents within our region. As mentioned by Mariaka a few minutes ago, he said of the various markets, that is Gikomba market getting banned. We have markets in Tanzania, Uganda getting banned. And when you look at the schools, the deadliest and most high profile incidences, we have a case in Changuli Secondary School in 2001, where due to, I can call it teenage human factors, it resulted into burning of the dormitory and 67 souls lost their lives. That is in Kenya. Bombolulu Girls Secondary School in 1998, an electrical short circuit in an overcrowded dormitory, and there were metal bars that were locked, resulting into the loss of 26 souls. We have Hillside and Arusha, 2024. There's an electrical surge that consumed the dormitory that is primarily built on wood. We have Utumishi Girls Academy, the most recent one, where we lost about 16 souls. And remember, we are not talking about workers here. We are talking about young people who might never have had a chance even to design or make policies or even systems in place to manage safety for their specific areas. Next slide. When you go to Uganda, we had a case in Budo Junior School in 2008. 19 souls were lost. There was extreme overcrowding. There was lack of extinguishers. Supervisors padlocked the doors from the outside. And these are the people who are supposed to understand health and safety issues. and take care of these souls. We have Salama School for the Blind 2022. Inadequate special needs facilities. These are blind young souls who experience a nighttime fire. And these visually impaired victims became trapped. Lack of specialized audio alarms and emergency exits. St. Bernard Schools, Manya, 2018, still in Uganda. Human factors or teenage human factors, where some students were expelled, they came back to school, lit a fire, and they came with petrol and ignited the building, resulting into the loss of 11 souls. When you go to Tanzania, next slide. Shauritanga Secondary School, 1994. A candle was left burning during a blackout. 43 students lost their lives. And you can see once there was a blackout, there was no measures in place to manage. Students improvised a candle and they used it. We had Idodi Secondary School, 12 souls. They also left a candle burning next to a mattress, resulting into the loss of life. Biamungu English Medium Primary School, 2020, 10 students lost their lives. Wiring short circuit in the roof overwhelmed the building and caused serious fires. You can see the amount of accidents or fires that were felt in the region. Next slide. So the question is, who provides the assurance that dormitories should be safe? Who has the technical expertise to check on dormitory safety or school safety in general? And are the experts being involved within the region? So this is the central problems in my paper that I try to address. I try to look at what exists in governments as at now, and why do we have these kind of gaps that exists? And who cares about the safety of the students? We know that most of us are parents. We can provide very good systems. If you look at some of the exhibitors there, they have very nice systems in place, suppression systems, targeted towards these industries, oil, gas, aviation. But who cares about the dormitories? We have senior experts who have gone to school and studied a lot about safety. But is that advice reaching the schools such that we are leaving the most vulnerable people with the highest risk of fires? And as experts are not involved in any case. They might never have the idea to know what an extinguisher is. And even if there exists an extinguisher, do you expect a 12-year-old to lift a 9 kg extinguisher when they are left alone and locked inside a room? So these are the central problem, that there seems to be a fragmented assurance system for safety. In these informal areas that this session tries to address. Next slide. So why are we so interested? You can see the kind of problem that the region has faced. Occupants are asleep, that is the children. There is very little staffing at night. Most of the teachers have gone to their homes. Children are either young, they panic, they are disoriented, there is a lot of smoke. There are no alarms, there are no escape routes, there are no suppression systems, there are no detection systems. There is nothing that exists in these areas, in some areas. And safety professionals exist within the same system, talking about safety in very high-risk industries, leaving our children exposed to these kind of risks. Next slide. An example of a dome that caught fire. I'm sure in most organizations, safety experts would have picked so many issues if that building was a workplace. Unfortunately, because it's a dome, we might not, nobody picked it, nobody audited it, nobody checked it. And if it was checked, there was failures within the system to check it. As a professional bodies or professional bodies from the region, we need to take up the space that this area is to ensure that we control ignition. And ignition can happen from many sources, including arson, from the human factors or the teenage human factors that exist within that system. And it needs to be managed professionally by the teachers or by the professionals who will be involved, from fire development to escape and to the management of all these. So, next slide. So why have there been these fires, yet there exists repeated official standards? In fact, during this research, it was not difficult to get data on each of these items. There are so many reports by government from all countries, from the Auditor General's reports, when you look at the list of references, guidelines on how a dome should be. So the question here is governance. Does there exist a governance process to manage fire safety outside the formal sector? Just as mentioned by Mariaka, the markets, the schools, and all that. Next slide. So is there a standard? Is there somebody who is accountable for the delivery? Is there a competent person? And are competent people involved to manage fire safety or safety in schools? Are there resources given to these processes? Are there controls? Is there verification of weaknesses or safety improvements that need to be done? When there is non-compliance, is there enforcement, and who enforces? Is it the Directorate of Occupational Health and Safety? Is it public health? Is it the county governments or the local authorities within the region? Is it the fire people? And who is best suited to manage or advise on fire safety? Is it a lawyer? Is it a teacher? Is it a safety professional? I will urge the professional bodies from the region to not just focus on workplace safety, but safety as an industry that needs to be checked, to ensure that these skills that are so good in these industries are transferred to areas that are needed. There seems to be some serious gaps in there. Do we learn from the learnings that happened? Do we get to understand it? Next slide. The gaps are glaring. There seems to be no one in charge of safety at the schools. And if there is a competence issue. Most of the professionals here will have handled most of the industries, but they leave the children to go to school and be exposed to these serious hazards. So across all the three countries, institutions are there. So many fire system, fire departments, government bodies, military. There is safety professionals. There is teachers. There is inspectors. But to ask the question directly to the safety professionals, don't you think that this is an area that you as a safety professional can add value to protect the lives of our children in Africa and all the regions. So across the three countries, institutions exist, but it is not consistently applied. No assurance system exists that has been consistently applied to manage safety, especially in the dormitories. Next slide. So whether it is Uganda, next slide, Kenya, next, and Tanzania, all these countries seem to have issues. When you look at the paper, there are issues. When you go to South Africa, they seem to have standards that requires audible fire alarms, inspect extinguishers, and learner training, annual evacuation procedures, reviews of school infrastructure by fire chiefs that comply with the national building standards. In Rwanda, they integrate fire safety awareness. They also have practical training, inspection in schools and high occupancy areas. In England, they apply risk-based fire precautions in boarding. In fact, there are laws that govern areas where humans sleep, not just children. Any place where a human is supposed to sleep in groups, there are specific laws that have been made to govern that area. So there's a requirement for competent people to perform and check on these areas. In Canada, they have repeated evacuation drills that are scheduled for children, and it is a requirement that they do it. In Russia, every school calendar year, a check is done by relevant professionals, where they check on the alarms, notification systems, and all those areas. In China, there are defined responsibilities, technical approvals, multiple exits, alarm systems, nighttime evacuation plans, not just daytime, they also do it at night, training and drills. Next slide. When you go to the industry, and we know we as safety professionals come from very many industries, there are similar kinds of workplaces that have the similar dome setup, and there are several standards that exist on the same, such as cruise ships, offshore accommodation, maybe for mining sites, hotels also, there is group sleeping, many people sleep, and we don't have these kind of issues. So we have a lot of areas we can benchmark against when we are developing systems for safety for schools and any other areas. The problem is we might be focusing a lot on the formal economy, where we are unable to analyze all the risks in these informal areas. Detection and escape routes have not been given some sort of standardization, and if there exists, there are no assurance systems. The people, and now this comes to the professionals who are from many countries here, we might be leaving it to other professionals who might not have as much competence as safety professionals in this region. I believe if right now you decided to represent yourself in court as a safety professional, you will find challenges because a magistrate can only talk to a lawyer. Then why are we not ensuring that the people who manage fire have some sort of competence that is verifiable through the various bodies that we have here, including government, and even within government, the specific area that is required, who has that competence to manage safety, fire safety issues? And then the enforcement part, who is supposed to enforce on nonconformities? Next slide. So the assurance system needs to be checked for dormitory safety. We cannot have one institution issues the guidance, another one checking, another one approving the building. And the school is supposed to conduct a drill. A teacher who might not understand what a drill is, how to conduct a drill. I'm sure I do not have a video here, but I've seen very funny videos where some schools are starting to do drills to very young children. And they are putting ropes or ladders. Are those standards verified by anybody? Who approved it? Does DOSH know that those things are happening? And do they follow the fire risk reduction rules? Or that is simply for workers? And why don't we look at them as human beings? So is the dormitory safe for children to occupy? The findings for these reports that are done, who verifies, who does an action plan, the governance of the school, who advises them on safety issues. Is there ownership? And do they really understand when they talk about fire? Do they really understand even the science of fire, the fire triangle? These are questions that I will leave with you. Next slide. So how will professional help in this process? They will integrate findings into one risk picture. They will distinguish immediate prohibition conditions from planned improvements. They will test alarm systems, suppression systems, evacuation systems against proven standards that exist within various legislations and legal requirements that exist already. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. By the time any country has issued a law on occupancy limits, on how to evacuate, there is no need for that law we need to just apply it across. And somebody needs to verify that the corrective actions are done and that they follow the hierarchy of control of risk. So OSH professionals are required to immediately start looking at these industries and support them so that they are able to have standards in place. Next slide. The proposal in this paper is that we have the various governments and various ministries. We have fire rescue authorities. We have building regulators and engineering bodies. We also need to add in gates is based on proof. By the time assurance systems exist, we have a system that can protect the workers and the children who are in these areas. Next slide. So what we need is accountability, competence, and competence means people who have the ability to manage these processes, assurance, enforcement, and even talking about people with disability, children with disability. Because the people who we are protecting cannot, or those people who have lost their souls might never have the ability to do this. And there exists within the country's legal systems people who can be able to manage them. They need to be involved. Next slide. From government, schools, competent professionals. That is, an ignition should not lead to death. and ignition should be able to be easily managed through the science of safety. So no dormitory should remain occupied when critical fire safety defects are unresolved. Yeah, thank you very much. I will stop at that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Kibet. Mr. Kibet has given very heavy points there in terms of fire in schools, but you can couple that to even other institutions. You've talked about expert involvement. You've talked about OSH professionals to support enforcement. The question is, what are you doing as a safety professional seated here in terms of assisting in terms of enforcement when it comes to fire issues? I want to ask a question to all the panelists here before I come to you in terms of what lessons can we learn from these incidents we're talking about that can be able to help us shape the future prevention of these fire efforts. Starting from my co-chair. What lessons can we learn from these fires that can be able to help us to shape the future prevention of these fires?
Thank you, Chair. From a technical perspective, I would think that number one is a training or awareness of different interested parties. This will range right from school administration, the ministry, then the board that is called PTA. Yeah, that board for parents. When they sit in their committees, they should actually they may not have the capacity to assess safety of their organizations. But if they could hire the OSH people here to give us support in their assessment of their safety, it would be a great improvement.
Thank you. Thank you very much. As you talk about that, what has come to my mind is, how many of you have read an investigation report on these fires in markets and schools? Because what I normally see is they have taken somebody to court. You know, taking somebody to court is not a root cause. I don't know whether any of you have seen a report giving a root cause as to why maybe children, for example, they're banning school, or why the Karioko, for example, is banning every year. I don't know whether you have seen that. If we have those kind of investigations and getting root causes, we can be able to cap this kind of innovations. Yes, Mr. Kibet, what kind of lessons do you think we can be able to learn from these incidents for us to have a good prevention in the future?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. There are lots of lessons, but the most important thing is awareness creation. And this involves experts who can be able to go and create awareness, standardization of a formal process where standards can be applied across schools, and even government action. You remember that the health and safety industry exists because there were so many deaths in the workplaces. These issues that affect schools also seem to be because of lack of a specific assurance system that targets schools. And that sometimes you'll find, like in countries, I've talked to DOSH officers from Uganda and in Kenya, and the challenge is who is really responsible for the school, because it's not a workplace, maybe the dormitory. So even when you go to inspect, maybe you'll go where the teacher sits, where he's checking on the school, but who really inspects? So there's a sort of issues around the law that needs to be checked. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Samuel.
Mine, I want to refer to the NFPA fire and life safety ecosystem. We have in NFPA we have what's called the four R's, which is to prevent, to protect, to respond, and then recover. Now, if you get all this and plug it into who is supposed to protect, therefore we need to have what we call a stakeholder engagement. So each individual or each organization must know its responsibility to the school safety. I like what Henry mentioned. He talked about the Board of Governors. We talk about our role as the OSH team. What have we made possible as a team to be recognized in the education sector? Do we have a list of qualified fire risk assessors or inspectors prior to opening up a school? Does it have the teeth? Does the regulation have the teeth that can bite? Now, those are the very critical issues. Once we get all this in place, then most definitely we might be able to reduce fire incidences in the schools. So ideally, the ball is in each stakeholder's court, and then analyze the school challenges from where you sit and your contribution towards ensuring that that the safety of the learners is guaranteed. Thank you.
Thank you. As you talk about the board, I remember I'm in one of the board. I'm one of the board members in the school. But if you look at some of or how these board members are nominated to these schools, it's kind of a token, either from a member of parliament or from the government to help. So it's not kind of an expertise adding to the process. They're only being given a token, say that they can have a sitting arrangement, and therefore that compromises as well on the same. Yes, my friend, before I go to the government, Dosh, I hear from them, then we go to the audience.
Yeah. Hello? Okay. In regards to school protection on fire, I would recommend schools for anyone to be a teacher or working in school should have training on fire safety. Should be mandatory that each school should have a mandatory training annually. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now I want to go to the government. I want to hear what those, we have those here, Uganda, those Kenya. I want to hear how can those get involved, because in schools also we have employees.
Thank you very much. In Kenya, we do have an apex body, which we call Eacosh, where we have membership in that body from various MDS, where education is one of them. And the approach we have given it, given the fires that are imminent in our training institutions, is that we want to incorporate the aspect of safety, more especially fire safety, into the curriculum of the learners. But this time we are having a kind of top-down kind of approach. We should actually, and it is a challenge to the member countries of our East African community, that we start from bottom-up approach, where the curriculum of the kids, right from the start, they start learning about safety, fire safety, simple safety measures, so that by the time they grow up to tertiary institutions, there is that culture which has already been inculcated in their minds. So I will challenge the member countries and actually the governments to consider that aspect, whereby we have the curriculum for our children being with a component of safety, and more especially fire safety as they grow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nyakio. Before you sit down, before you give Madam Eve, I wanted to understand these issues of, we're talking about SMEs and Karioko, for example, most people are employed. Those are employed, self-employed people. What can those do to be able to ensure they get the root causes of these fires and they maybe sensitize the people, self-employed people, in terms of these fires and what happens in terms of prevention?
Yes, in such situations, we have had multi-agency kinds of approach, especially in Nairobi, with respect to the fires that occur in our markets. We bring in the Nairobi City County government, where we have officials sitting with us and then coming out. Of course, the fires are investigated, and then the report therefrom is implemented using that multi-agency approach, and more especially having the Nairobi County, City County government officials in that committee, so that the implementation is given that multi-sectoral approach.
Thank you, Mr. Nyakego. Maybe as going forward, when you have those kind of reports, it's good also to share with your safety professionals. It becomes a learning lesson to the community. Thank you, Madam Eve.
Okay. On behalf of, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. On behalf of the DOSH Uganda, what has happened is, incidentally, we consider schools a workplace in Uganda. They are workplaces because teachers, headmasters, they are working in the school environment. So it is not something that we exclude. It's just that Ministry of Education and Sports takes the lead in the aspects of schools. However, for the fires that have happened, and one of the fires, the big fires we had before was one in Makerere University, the biggest university in the country. It has ever suffered a fire. So what happens in such instances? We constitute similar to what he said, a multi-institutional inspection team that is comprised of Ministry of Education and Sports, our department in the Ministry of Gender. Then we also have what we call a National Building Review Board. They have been the ones who have been spearheading a lot of initiatives in terms of building safety. So for fires, they have also been sort of supporting to bring together the different institutions to do those joint investigations. Out of one of those school fires, we had a checklist developed, a joint inspection checklist, which is now in use. Actually, a National Building Review Board has put it on its website. Schools are required to do a self-check of how prepared they are for fires. And yeah, when we do inspect, those are some of the checklists that we use. In terms of where we are falling short, it is in dissemination of the information. So the investigations are carried out, a report is compiled. Unfortunately, the information is not put out there in the public for people to be able to take corrective action. I think that's why we need to do better.
Thank you. Thank you for admission, because you can't control or prevent what you don't know. Thank you very much. I want us to go to the members, please. What do you think about this? How can you get involved? What interventions do you think we can be able to implement in East Africa in just 5 minutes? You take a microphone, please don't say thank you the way the MC was saying yesterday. Go straight to the point. What do you think we can be able to implement in East Africa?
Yes, thank you. My name is Samuel Namara. No, thank you. All right, straight away, my first point is I would like to reiterate what you said about early learning of OSH. Proverbs 22:6 says that train a child in the way to go and they will not depart when they grow. So among social studies, in elementary studies, we should include safety. 2, we need to, the conventional parts of safety have been talked about. Now I'm attacking the unconventional parts. We need to engage top management. It is easy to see executives, top leaders, public and private, that are detached from safety, whose speeches have been written or just because they manage the place. We need to recruit those people, not just naysay against them. We need to know that maybe they have not bought in, and we recruit them because they have the resources and they have the enforcement authority. Especially in East Africa, it's a growing, we are growing industry, we are growing countries. So most of the power is centralized. We need the presidential advisors on safety. We need such engagements with top management. Thirdly, we need to champion safety in our communities. We go to churches, burials, weddings, and someone loses their life because they were on a border and they had no helmet, and we say it was their time. We need to speak up as safety professionals and guide the population that all accidents are preventable. Lastly, we need to master our trade as OSH professionals. We need to build ourselves in a way that we know what information to share to whom. Top managers listen to something different. It has to be financial, it has to be promoting their power, something of that sort. So we address them differently rather than how we engage lower tier persons. So we need to master our trade technically and how we package and communicate safety information. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a lady here. A lady, then you come out.
Let me give a chance to someone else.
Okay, thank you. My name is Shamim. I appreciate the presentation today. And this is partly away from fire. I appreciate that we have talked about the incidences that are regarding fire in schools. However, in addition to fire, we have had a number of incidents and accidents happening in schools in addition to the fires. So with me, what I would advise us as professionals and of course the government, I would recommend that not only should the intervention be put on the fires, but it should generally tackle all the school safety. I recently had an incident at a school where one of the children in lower class, pre-primary, this baby was playing on a swing, fell down, and then was cut by something on a swing and lost her eye. That is absurd. It is part of safety. So this safety should not only look at these big incidences of fires, but we should look at safety as a wholesome topic to look at, especially in schools. Now, there is something that is missing across all the schools. In most of the institutions, construction, engineering, and everything else, we have put safety representatives. So I would request that if also in schools we have these safety representatives, because you're in a school, there is no first aid. No teacher knows how to do first aid. And then an incident like that happens. What happens? We don't know what to do next. Those schools, those teachers, those children, and even the big students in higher primary, they do not know anything about safety. So this part of awareness can also be included in school programs in such a way that at least at every stage, we have someone representing safety on that committee of the school or maybe staff. And then this person can also help in maybe designing the training programs and maybe availing or inspecting. We mentioned people moving from maybe the ministry going to the schools to do inspections, but how often is it done? Today I was interacting with someone from DOSH and I asked, how often do people do the inspections? I've been on a number of workplaces and you work year in, year out and no one comes in to inspect with regards to safety. Now what happens when it is even a school that is not, because in Uganda really schools, that the relationship between safety and schools is very, very small. It is limited. If anything, very many schools have not even seen anyone to talk about safety, talking about fire, that's the like the safety of the fires we are discussing today. Some have not seen it. Some have not heard about it. But they are still operating in Uganda. They are part of the formal setting in Uganda. So me, what I would recommend is, at least as part of interventions in other fields, let's also put safety in schools and look at it as important.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please, my time is running, remember. I'm a very good time manager. If you have to talk about 30 seconds, please, because I've only 30 seconds as well. I will have to take an extra, maybe 5 minutes. I will request.
Backbenchers.
Yes, please.
Your hand was up, sir.
Please, 1 minute maximum if you can.
Thank you, Brian here. When you were talking about the dormitories, I thought about my little girl. I know safety, but I've never trained anybody at home in safety. But that brought me to thinking that how many of us know Pokayoke? Who knows Pokayoke? This is a Japanese saying that means foolproof. In whatever we do, if it's in the schools, we should imagine all the kids are fools and not give them access into starting a fire. For example, no matchboxes should be allowed, no lighter should be allowed, no candles should be allowed. So at the end of the day, you don't give somebody the opportunity to make a fire, to start a fire. That is the first line. So that we don't have any opportunity for my daughter to carry the fire extinguisher. The other thing is that how do we identify these fires without a person? Maybe automatic sensors and automatic fire extinguishers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The last, maybe the second last question.
I'll be very fast, Gil, but as I had guided yesterday, I have to follow the queue.
Yes, please.
Yes, in 30 seconds, allow me to add to what Mr. Nyakego and Madam Eve you've said in terms of what you're building on awareness component in terms of school fires. However, one of the things we are looking at is also the enforcement component, because a number of times if you look at the existing regulatory frameworks from different bodies, it's very clear, but a number of schools have not actually done it. So maybe when you're looking at a number of conversations we have looked at is there is an enforcement gap that needs to be multi-sectoral and that needs to happen at the same time, such that one component is not moving and the other one is lagging behind. And the last but not least is fires in informal sector. A number of times, those ones are usually addressed reactively. I don't know what lessons we have learned in terms of addressing that, especially in Kenya, where if you look at Gikomba market, I think we have witnessed a number of fires. And right now, it's when the physical and the urban planner are working on it. The question is, what will happen in Kibera and maybe other slum areas that we are looking at in case of a fire incident? Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Please, only these two. I beg only these two. I've seen also some questions from some members, senior engineers, like Engineer Okanga is asking a question, but I cannot be able to answer this. Maybe we can have this conversation online as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mariaka. The audience is on fire.
Yes, please. Just give me the only two, please.
Joseph Tinjawa is my name once again. Maybe 5 suggestions from me. One, we support the individual initiatives, especially for people who come out to speak, educate, and create awareness on how we can control proactively fires. We have one of our colleagues here, Nicodemus from Nicosia, right? Oh, Nicosia. He has done several trainings with kids, but when I try to do follow-up, I think even most of us don't take our kids there to be trained at that young age. So we support the initiative. Secondly, we mobilize funding to provide this expertise or support of equipment in schools and the trainings from our associations. We've collected together ourselves and we fund money for cows, for celebrations, for parties. But how many times have we come up as old boys and girls associations to mobilize funds, say, to redesign a dormitory that is not fit for occupation? Thirdly, let's leave the talk as experts. I want to put a question or a challenge to each one of us here. How many of us actually have assessed our homes where we live and you have an extinguisher in home, a fire blanket in your kitchen, you've trained your wife or maid or boy or girl how they can react to a fire in a kitchen? So why don't we begin with ourselves? Fourth one, let's also provide discounted services to DOSH, and we use extension services. You are in Arua, I'm in Karamoja, someone is in Kabare. Why don't you say, okay, government, I'm an expert in fire. Instead of sending your officer and you fund them with 2 million, give me 1.2, let me go to the nearby school, do the inspection, do the recommendations, and share with you what we can do better on that. And lastly, we need to share information. An incident happens in Kenya or Tanzania, we can pick learning lessons as Ugandans, likewise. So I would be happy if I can see that information crossing all the East African countries so that we can learn before events become catastrophes. Thank you.
Thank you. Finally, my sister.
Thank you so much, Isaac. I liked your presentation, but I have only 2 things to add. There is an initiative by Total Energies called Tilenga Train, the trainer program that is ongoing. The aim of this training is to train lecturers from different institutions that will in turn transfer the knowledge to their students. So Total mandated all its contractors to participate in this training exercise. It so happens that my company, Inspector Africa, is one of them. So we've run a number of courses in different institutions, one of which is fire safety, first aid, introduction to health and safety, and many other courses. So we can extend such services to other lower levels like secondary schools, like primary schools, though it may be a bit difficult to incorporate such into the primary curriculum. So me, I feel as a person, there is an association I subscribe to. It is for the Makerere alumni that come from the West Nile sub-region of Uganda. So we do school outreaches back in our district. So may I feel, apart from the career guidance we give to our students, if we can incorporate things like fire safety, we train the teachers who may maybe train their students on how to do fire drills, stuff like that. This can help a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please, my one panel here says he has a model. I want him to speak in only 1 minute, then I will finalize, please. Kindly forgive me, I'm negative time. I'm negative 10 so far, and I'm getting a lot of signals. Please, Samuel.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to just bring up one small model I did. When I was working at Fire Magnet, I had 2 counties, that is Makindye, Sabagabo, and Entebbe. So I went and spoke to the DEO and told him about the importance of fire safety. So they had teachers coming in, and I went and showed fire safety importance to their schools. So what happened is that we had up to about 16 schools. Each school was bringing the matron, the gateman, plus 5 students. So I would carry out a quick training, a quick master class for them. And I can be honest with you, those are like, that's one leg in the door. So like the gentleman mentioned, Mr. Joseph, wherever you are, just walk straight to the DEO, talk about your self-flowery impression. And I can tell you for a fact, for those areas I went to train, I left with an order of fireballs, fire extinguisher, so those are the simple models, and each individual as an OSH expert, a passionate person, can be able to implement in whatever community you are. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Samuel. There is something that you can do as an OSH professional. Let us walk the talk. Let us not be talking in boardrooms, in conferences. We go home how we came here. The book of Hosea 4 verse 6, I'm also a believer. It says, my people are destroyed from lack of knowledge. Because you have rejected knowledge, I have also rejected you, my priest, and therefore you will be rejected. Please, if you have knowledge, can you try to give knowledge to somebody else? So thank you very much. Give a loud applause to the panelists here. Thank you very much, and may God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Mariaka. That was quite a discussion. You lit the delegates. We were all on fire. The fire extinguishers were all over. Thank you so much. I'll welcome my co-MC, Alex, to introduce our next speaker.
Thank you, Engineer Mariaka and the panelists, for delivering a very wonderful session that touches our hearts and the challenges we've been faced with. Can I kindly request the media team to have the official photo for this wonderful panel? The only missing thing is the aspect of inclusion. I notice they're all gentlemen, and we should do better next time. Official photo? Let's do that very quickly, and then we'll move on to our next session. All right. Thank you once again. We are moving closer to winding up a wonderful inaugural two-day conference. And we have one more keynote address that is going to come from one of our partners, the Chief Executive of the Uganda Chamber of Energy and Minerals. I'm going to invite Mr. Humphrey Asimwe to come and give his keynote address. But well before he comes, allow me briefly to take you through his bio. Mr. Humphrey is a seasoned executive and human resource capital development specialist, and currently, as you've heard, serving as a chief executive at the Uganda Chamber of Energy and Minerals. As a CEO at the Chamber, he's at the forefront of stakeholder collaboration, ensuring that the Chamber plays a central role in representing interests of mining, energy, and the petroleum sector players at both national and regional level. Mr. Asimwe brings over 2 decades of professional experience to his role, including extensive work in executive management, in the field of human capital, consultancy, and organizational transformation. And prior to joining the Chamber, he's worked in the medical field with International MedLink and Health Center at AAR, and he's also had a stint in the logistics and transportation sector. So join me, please, to welcome Mr. Humphrey Asimwe to deliver his keynote. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Alex. All protocol observed. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. How are we today? It's an honor and a privilege to be with you. I was meant to have come in yesterday, but unfortunately got a little bit held up, and I'd asked for a change, and thank you so much for having me today. The session, I just want to share very briefly on something that is close to my heart, something that I know you also identify with. It's basically turning Vision Zero into practice for East Africa's artisanal miners and informal sector workers. Whether we like it or not, we have lots of informal workers. The truth of the matter is, and whoever is moving the slides, I hope we can keep up together. The truth of the matter is 85.8% of Africa's workers are informal. They are not your kind of formal workers. No contract, no employer records, no inspections lists, informal work that isn't the exception here, but rather it's the rule. Now, when it comes to the mining sector, we have a lot of these informal workers. Just taking a deep dive in Uganda, Uganda's mineral sector tells more of the same story. Estimates put between 400,000 to 600,000 workers in the artisanal and small-scale mining space. 90% and probably above 90% of Uganda's mineral output comes from artisanal and small-scale miners. We are talking about artisanal and small-scale miners in gold, tin, iron ore, and then and other sectors. And so when you go to the next slide, you will see that of these 600,000 workers, over 2 million families, or 2 million people in their families depend on these informal workers. Basically, 60% of mining jobs are from the artisanal and small-scale sector. Now, these are not fringe numbers. Artisanal and small-scale mining sits close to the core of Uganda's mineral economy, mostly outside the formal occupational safety and health systems. That's the reason as to why, as a chamber, we felt we needed to be part and parcel of these conversations, of these discussions, because we do have a sector that is sitting a lot outside of the formal sector. However, it is plagued day in, day out by all kinds of workplace accidents. If you've been to an artisanal or small-scale mining site, you have experienced all kinds of exposures, all kinds of possible accidents. In Uganda, for example, a big percentage of the gold that we mine is mined using mercury. You and I know what mercury does, not just to the human being, but also to the environment. And so that by itself is a big risk. Recently in Namaingo, we had artisanal miners who were buried in a hole and unfortunately passed on, because trying to get through to them only made the situation worse. We also had a mining accident in South Africa, not even 2 months back. And these are real cases of these informal workers that are constantly under these kinds of risk. What is the gap if you go to the next slide? There is no HR department to call. There is no Department of Occupational Health and Safety to call in some of these situations. There is no employer record. When an artisanal miner gets buried, the process of trying to identify who exactly were in the hole is a very tedious one, because of the kind of people that are usually around artisanal and small-scale mining sites. So there is no one to hold accountable sometimes when things go wrong, and things usually go wrong. Now, PPE, a lot of the times also, is built for formal farms. Training and inspection systems assume that the site must be registered. Now, this is a chilling statistic: 2.78 million work deaths every year, plus 313 million non-fatal injuries worldwide across formal and informal work sites. That is something that I know you and I have spent the last 2 days here trying to dissect and get to the bottom of. But in this part of the world, in this enclave of the world, even as we think about the formal workplaces, let's not forget those informal ones. When we look at the moving on to practice, what is happening, there is some good news. And the good news is that there are some live examples of projects that are attempting to formalize these workplaces. Uganda's tent project, funded through GIZ and the Strategic Sustainable Development of Mining in Uganda project, with EU and Germany, guided by the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, is attempting to formalize the mining sector and attempting to formalize the artisanal and small-scale miners. Statistics by the end of by the end of June, 13 new cooperatives had been formed, 432 members, 46% of them being women. Now, of those 13 new cooperatives, we are talking about people who have largely been in the informal world. In addition, 10 other cooperatives, because these artisanal miners get to be arranged into cooperatives, have been strengthened. So basically a total of 23 cooperatives in 10 districts reached through this project. And one of the things that we are emphasizing through this project is occupational health and safety practices. Practices that are able to ensure that our people are kept safe even in their workplace. And this is beyond compliance. This is not just about compliance, but more than that. Because safety sticks when it pays. I'll say that again. Safety sticks when it pays. We need to begin to incentivize some of these workplaces and some of these informal settings where we are hoping for safety measures to be put in place. And this, we find from our experience in the mining sector, does go a long way in building a safety practice. I was listening to the panel on schools and fires in schools, and you know what? It's amazing to find that you can have a whole ecosystem that we tend to ignore sometimes, but you know, we send our children. I think one of the things I need to do is to go to my kids' school and actually check and say, what are your fire protocols? What happens if there is a fire here? Because if we don't do some of those things and we are expecting that the schools will take care of them automatically, people do not do what you expect, they do what you inspect. People don't do what you expect, but rather they do what you inspect. I think it is our responsibility to step into some of those ecosystems and ask the tough questions and say, yes, I pay school fees, I bring my children here. What happens in the event of a fire? Do you have any measures? These fire extinguishers, you walk into a building and you find fire extinguishers that were last serviced when the Dead Sea was still sick before it died. And you wonder what happens if a fire actually happens, takes place. I'll give you another example of something that I came across that was really, really perturbing. So in this country, there was a period when we had all kinds of fires. That was around the time of the Budo dormitory fire. If you noticed, that was not the only fire. That was the school fire, but then there were other, buildings and all these kinds of things, even people's homes that were catching fire. A number of these accidents had 0 fatalities, and so they did not catch a lot of the media attention. But during that time, I happened to be in logistics. I was working in the logistics sector. It was discovered that a lot of these had been started by faulty electricity meters. Faulty electricity meters that would easily spark and start a fire. And so a number of buildings had been caught in this kind of thing. It then occurred that these, and going through the root cause analysis, these meters had been imported into the country at the same time. And it was a particular consignment that came through Entebbe Airport. And the time it came through Entebbe Airport, it arrived on the 23rd of December of that year. And when it arrived, went through the clearance process. I want to mention the company that imported these meters, but you would know the company. Went through the clearance process because they were tax exempt and everything. On the evening of the 24th, it was due for release from the warehouse at the Entebbe Airport. Unfortunately, UNBS, Uganda National Bureau of Standards, that was meant to flag off after the Revenue Authority release, the officer that day, 24th of December, on the evening, has signed out for Christmas. And so this batch of meters actually went through. They were released. Until these incidences started happening, which seemed, to the untamed eye random. But at the end of the day, when you begin to trace backwards, somebody in the whole chain let the country down. So at the end of the day, the point I'm trying to put across is this. Safety sticks when it pays, and when it hurts, we need to make it hurt, because people only do what you inspect, not what you expect. Beyond compliance, if you go to the next slide, we are proposing, for example, in the mining sector, we are linking Smart Life for mining with NSSF, okay, and contributory savings paired with an injury cover built for the ASM workforce. We are saying to the artisanal and small-scale miners that yes, we are going to help you formalize. Yes, we are going to help you get into these cooperatives. But even as we do so, we also want to give you seed capital that you can be able to pay out and, register for these Smart Life contributory savings. But this will only come if you can adhere to these compliances. A worker saving towards NSSF has a reason to stay safe enough to keep contributing. This is how we are linking it. Colleagues, friends in this room, let occupational health and safety cease to be a department in our organizations, but let it be a way of life. Let it be DNA. Let it be one of those things that pays at the end of the day. Let it be one of those things that our commission bonuses are attached to at the end of the day. Let it have a space on the table or a seat on the table in the boardroom, making decisions and determining what the bottom line looks like. At the end of the day, safety sticks only and only when it pays. When we move on to the next slide, I want to put it to us that there are three shifts in the occupational safety and health in the informal and SME economy that we want to be able to propose. That the very first one is formalization. Formalize informal sectors. Formalize informal areas. We have people in tea plantations, for example, okay, whose major issue there, by the way, was things to do with snakes, okay, that were biting them and stuff like that. Formalize, okay, attach a baseline for PPE and safety training requirement to every cooperative or license approval. That occupational health and safety, that DOSH should be involved in the licensing of cooperatives, in the licensing in the informal sector, in the licensing of businesses here in Uganda. That when I go to the one-stop business center of Uganda Investment Authority, where every investor in this country is meant to register for Revenue Authority to pay their taxes, to get a license for business and all that, they should also be able to encounter DOSH right there at the very beginning. The second that we are talking about, that we are proposing here, is training, peer-to-peer. Being able to move away from simply top-down trainings, but let's train across. Let's have people in organizations that are able to support each other. Cooperative structures, for example, that reach the dispersed seasonal sites that inspection alone cannot get to. We are saying here that inspection many a times can be an afterthought. We want it to be incorporated. We want this to be incorporated from the very beginning, and we train from the very start as we take on people into these organizations, and at the end of the day, we will be able to shift this trend of accidents and eventualities in the informal sector. The third proposal we are making is social protection as an OSH tool. Link contributory savings and injury cover to safety compliance, not just welfare. that somebody needs to know if I can keep safe, then I'll be able to enjoy my contributory savings at the end of the day. That NSSF and those kinds of contributory bodies need to be part and parcel of these discussions, because we want a healthy workforce that continues to provide, that continues to give that continues to work and is able to enjoy their savings down the line. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, let my call in the informal sector particularly is that occupational safety and health should be in the starting template. Let's form an ESC, ASM, OSH working group. Let's think about the artisanal and small-scale mining sector and have a working group with you to be able to anchor DOSH Uganda, DOSH Kenya, and Tanzania into the artisanal and small-scale mining space, so that the artisanal and small-scale miners and all the other informal sectors are also part and parcel of your ecosystem, an ecosystem that you are supporting to be safe. Let's share training and safety protocols, including mercury reduction practices across borders. In East Africa, including Congo, a lot of mercury is being utilized day and night, especially in gold mining. And we need to pay attention to this, because the resultant effect on our environment, leave alone the people, on our environment as well, is going to affect each and every one of us eventually. We need to extend this to SMEs region-wide, beyond mining, into every emerging informal industry. That we have occupational health and safety as primary, as part and parcel of registration and licensing from the very beginning, as a starting template and not a finished answer. Ladies and gentlemen, Vision Zero means something since it reaches the worker outside the factory gate. We have to think, yes, about the workers in the factory, but we also need to think about those ones outside the factory gate. And these are the ones that are the biggest workforce of our economies. Let's pay attention to them. Thank you very much.
Wow. A round of applause for Mr. Asimwe. If I could suggest that we give him a standing ovation for that stunning presentation. Thank you so much, Mr. Humphrey, for nailing that real hard. Especially at such a time, having a session towards the end, and every one of us has been captivated, not only because of the charisma, but because of the level of the content that Mr. Asimwe has delivered. I'm aware that the Safety and Health Association of Uganda has already started on collaboration with the Uganda Chamber of Energy and Minerals. The CE just mentioned that we need to take this discussion forward. It's not any different from what we are doing. The spirit of the inaugural East Africa Community OSH Conference, bringing the East African countries together, and now bringing it down specifically to look at unique sectors like the artisanal miners that largely fall under the informal sector that we have in Uganda and in the rest of the East African community countries. So let's take this conversation forward. DOSH Kenya, when you get back, I'm glad that we have DOSH Uganda in the room. We have our colleagues from Somalia. We have a team from Eswatini, South Sudan. Let's carry this conversation forward and let's ensure that we find a way of collaborating to handle the kinds of common challenges that we are being faced with. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving closer to the end of our 2-day inaugural conference, but allow me to just make one consultation. Great. Let's have a short interlude. If we could stand up. Desma, do you want to take us through a short drill? This time we are not dancing. Let's do 1 or 2 drills such that we get ourselves ready for the final session of our closing ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've been seated for quite not really long time, more than an hour, I guess. Let's stand up and stretch a bit. Please. Somebody asked me to say please. Let's stand up. Let's be on our feet. Should stand here. Hello. Media team, did you get some music? We want to do some stretches. How are we feeling? Are you Hey.
Hands up, down, up, down.
Let's follow the music. Up, down, hey. Up,
down. Everybody now, put one hand in the air. One hand in the air. And we go from left to right. Watch this. Left, right. Left, right. Left, right. Left, right. Two more times, two more times. Left, right, 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 left, right. Follow the leader, 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 follow the leader. 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 Come on now, jump for the left, jump for the right. Jump for the left, jump for the right. Everybody jump for the left, jump for the right. Jump for the left, jump for the right. Now clap and wave. Clap and wave. Clap and wave. Come on, clap and wave. Everybody go. Follow the leader, 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 follow the leader. Follow the leader, 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 follow the leader. Follow the leader, 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 follow the leader. Follow the leader.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much. Desma, that has been my wonderful co-MC for the day from Kenya. We are moving to the final session, which is the closing plenary. And I want to take the honor to invite the Safety and Health Association of Uganda president, who has also been the president of the fraternity, the ESC fraternity, to give us a conclusion remark and recommendations. So a round of applause for Mr. Sunday Achidri as it steps to the podium. You can do better than that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I don't know if Mr. Humphrey is still around, but thank you so much, Humphrey. That was a mind-blowing speech. And I think I would not want to really dilute, but I think for me the key point I've picked there is people don't do what you expect, but people do what you inspect. I think if there's one thing you can pick out, which we need to go back and challenge ourselves, we should become part of this. So we're into the last session. Before we are going to make this as quick as possible. I would like to invite the following people to join me here on the stage. The chairperson organizing committee, Mr. Sisto. Can you walk to the podium? The vice president, who is also the acting for WASPAC, Engineer Gilbert, and the president of TOHASA, Madam Caroline. You can join me here on the podium. We're going to make this as brief as possible. But before I give them an opportunity each to make their closing remark, I would like to invite Ms. Franklin to come and walk us through the post-conference commitments. At the end of the day, we should all walk out of this room with what we are going to follow up. We did mention that there is a post-conference legacy team who will be following up these actions. So Franklin is the chairperson of that subcommittee, and we will identify members within the East African nations to work with to ensure that these commitments are turned into action. Thank you. Over to you, Franklin.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm not sure if it's good evening or good afternoon. Okay, so good evening, delegates. And I'm just going to do a brief presentation because we've realized that over time, we hold conferences, but then we do not fully commit to the actions or to the discussion or to see how best the discussions are going to be implemented. Yeah, so this is just a take and a walk that from today, we are going to follow with a team that has been, or that is going to be selected. We already have people that are working on a formal document. This is just a brief of what we are going to talk about. And just to add, Mr. Simo told us that people do not do what you expect, they do what you inspect. So that's just a call to action for all of us in the room, that no one is going to do what you expect. Everyone is going to do what you inspect. So as we leave this conference, it's a call for all of us to do what? To go and inspect so that people do what we expect. Okay, so from the discussions yesterday, it's a call, and we all know that for now, the focus is to take health and safety out of the formal setup to the informal setup or the informal sector. We also realize that the informal sector concerns all of us, whether you're in the formal sector, but you have a connection to the informal sector. How many of us in this room can say that for me, out of 100% sure, I'm sure that out of 100, I'm not connected to the informal sector? Who feels they do not have any benefit or any connection with the informal sector? Okay, so we realize that all of us have a connection with the informal sector. So over 70% of employment in the East African community is in the informal sector. And 100% of all of us are connected in some way or another to the informal sector. Okay, so like I'd already said, that what is next? What comes next after this conference? Are we just going to leave the Imperial Hall and then go back and pretend this conference never happened? I think the East African community is not coming together to just come into conference halls and to come into conference rooms and live like nothing ever happened. So we are going to do the documentation. I already said that already the team is compiling a formal report, but as we go, these are the actions that we expect each of the stakeholders in the East African community to be a part of. Collective commitment. I and Mr. President and the organizing committee and maybe the president of Tohasa and WASPAC, we cannot do this alone. We need to commit that no worker in the East African community, regardless of whether they work in the factory, the office, the market, and anywhere, is left behind. We need safety for everyone, regardless of whether it is formal or informal. So what is the expectation from each one? Okay, so we have East African community partners, states, and government, okay? So we have been discussing for the past 2 days. We've talked about the OSH policy formation, we've talked about implementation, we've talked about training, we've talked about how health and safety is different in the formal and informal sector. We need to reinforce the laws. We need to look at our legislation to see if the legislation that we have actually works for both the formal and informal sector. Number 2, simplify OSH compliance. Yesterday, someone talked about a risk assessment. When you're talking to a motorcycle rider or a border rider and telling them about a risk assessment, you have to make sure that this is not just a risk assessment in a technical term, but it is put in the simplest way that this person can actually understand it, okay? Strengthen labor inspection, and I'm so happy that Mr. Asimwe did us justice. People do not do what you expect, they do what you inspect. Let's make sure, let's come together as stakeholders to see how inspection overall across East Africa is better implemented, okay? Integrate OSH for informal. Yesterday we were discussing with the team and realized that for OSH to work in the informal sector, we need to somehow formalize the informal sector. And I think that's what the Chamber of Mines is doing, bringing the artisan miners together. It's easier when the informal sector is united and is then incorporated. Then those actions that we have, if you bring the border riders together, you bring the taxi drivers together, you bring the artisan miners together, then it becomes very easy for you to see how best OSH practices and laws or policies are then implemented in their groups. Establish a regional ESC reporting framework. I think I'm just shocked that this presentation was done before he presented, but somehow it speaks to what he was talking about. Can we have a formal reporting area where what happens in Nairobi, where what happens in DRC, or in South Sudan, or wherever it is happening, we have a communal network where the reporting is done so that actual lessons in other countries can actually be used as lessons here in all the other East African community. I don't know. But like I said, we are going to come up with a team that will support to see how best the collaboration is not only started, but continues to grow and to improve safety, especially in the informal sector. So, the formal, where most of us belong. By show of hands, how many of us do not belong to the formal sector? Am I talking to you people? How many of us don't belong to the formal sector? Okay, so you realize that most of us belong to the formal sector, but somehow the informal sector affects the formal sector. I liked when someone said that when you go to, I think that was CCare, the presentation from CCare, that when you go to CCare, they've trained the motorcycle riders at the CCare stage, because then you realize that you need the riders to take your stuff back home safely. So what do we expect from the people in the formal sector, where most of you, by the way, belong, okay? Extend OSH support down the supply and the value chain. For those of you that work with outgrowers, transporters, artisans, market vendors, and everyone, support these people, incorporate them in your systems, train them, do drills for them, support them, give them reflectors, give them helmets, do the due diligence. Because like I said, we all have a role to play. We can't stand here and say, the border guy that takes me to work is very fast. You have a role to say, please slow down. Ask them if they actually understand that they are the capital. Yesterday we were talking about SMEs and micro businesses, where one person, you're the business, you're the capital, but you're also everything. So discuss with them, let them understand that they are their own capital and their families are actually waiting for them to go back home safe. So mentor them, adopt responsible sourcing policies. Some of us only give business to those people that are cheap. But the person who is cheap is not protecting their workers. Are you doing really justice? So we need to adopt better practices in the formal private sector. So we have informal sector associations, and I talked about that for us to have the informal aligned, they need to have some form of formalization that they do in their individual groups. Yesterday we talked about coffee farmers, in their coffee farmers association, in their motorcycle associations, in their mining associations, so that they are able to adopt, and then that's where the peer OSH champions and focal persons will then come in, low cost or simple safety measures, and then all those things that you need to do when they are somehow formalized. So I'm sure that, I don't think we have the trade unions, but usually Ministry of Gender and Labor works with also trade unions and worker organizations. So extend representation, advocacy, OSH education also in the informal economy workers. Then also, I think this is, Asimwe talked about this, advocate for social protection and compensation for injured in the informal workers. And I think we already have a drill, we already have an example, a structure that can also be derived and laid down to the other informal sectors. We also have the development partners. I know that you're all aware we had NEBOSH, we have ILO, we have all those other development partners. We have the academia, we have also the civil society requesting for funding. We are not going to stop. We are going to be on your doors wherever you are to support the initiative, to support health and safety for every East African worker. It's not going to end today. We are just starting. For those that already supported us, thank you very much. But we are coming back again, requesting for support on implementation, on partnership, on training, on cheap or affordable safety protection equipment, all those. So we'll be definitely working with the development partners, the academia, and also the civil society. So, as I conclude, it is up to us. What will I do differently? For those of you that received the emails for the conference, you're still going to receive the emails again for your commitment, for your declaration to do something differently. To do something differently after this conference. Yeah. Thank you very much, and I'll hand you over to the president to proceed.
Hello. Thank you so much, Franklin. In terms of the governance, there will be a team set up across the region to follow up these commitments so that we turn them into action. They will work closely with the government representatives and those. Our next conference will be sharing the success stories from each of the countries in terms of closing these actions and gaps. So we'll quickly now listen to closing remarks from the presidents, but before that, I will I request the chairperson organizing committee just to make his closing remark within 2 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As I begin to speak, I request the organizing committee to come up quickly for recognition. All members of the organizing committee, the East African and the national, to please come up quickly. So mine is first and foremost to really thank everyone who has been part of this. Everyone, attendees, the exhibitors, the sponsors, the service providers, everyone really for making this happen. It has been a colorful occasion. Wouldn't have been the same without each and every one of us participating. So first and foremost, to appreciate everyone. Organizing committee, I don't see people coming up. Please, 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 time is running out. Julie, Douglas, Ronnie, I don't see you coming. Please hurry. You must be seen, sir. They know who has been putting this together. It wasn't just me, it was the full team. So once again, to appreciate the sponsors, each and every one, I mentioned them in the beginning, so I won't take more time on that because of, I don't have much time, but I appreciate once again all the sponsors, all the exhibitors, and then I need to recognize the service providers. First and foremost, Pacific, for doing all this, setting this all up, giving us a comfortable sitting space, exhibition booths, all this has been done by them. So I request a round of applause to Pacific. Next, to appreciate Imperial for hosting us and providing good food, a good sitting space. I think all of us appreciate the hall. It's very beautiful and colorful. So we must appreciate them. Thank you very much. Imperial. Then we had a performer, Bulade, a troupe, giving us excellent entertainment. So we must appreciate them as well. A kindly hand for them. And then all of us got a copy of a magazine. It was an excellent piece of work by Roots Printery. So please help me appreciate them as well. And then all those things I've mentioned were put together by a team, which is right before you. I may not mention each and every one, but first and foremost, I must appreciate the Department of Occupational Safety and Health, led by the commissioner. I'm sure we all know the commissioner, but I'll just request her to stand. I won't ask her to come up here. I may not be a big enough drum, but we request her to be acknowledged, supported by Ambrose. Kindly come to the front so that people see you. I don't want you to disappear. And Rona, I don't see Rona here, but yes, I'm told she's not within, but we appreciate her as well. Then Engineer Chris, my partner in arms, I don't know if he's also not around. We had some struggles with partnering with him as well, so I have to appreciate him, I can't forget him. Then before you, we have the vice chairperson of the organizing committee, Mosje Franklin. She has been very helpful, full of fire and full of ideas. This, by the way, is a very powerful team. We have the secretary who has been supporting all the way, Stephen Mukwaya, kindly hand for him as well. We have a very capable scientific and technical program committee, which was led by Joseph Asimu. I don't know if Joseph is here. Seems to be out of the room, but we appreciate very much, supported by Alex Kapuku. There was, I don't see other members here, but there was a team of about 6 people who were supporting him, so we recognize them. Julie was also part of the team, but she mainly now moved to the magazine team, and she's the editor. All of us have seen her in the magazine. Kindly wave Julie so that you're recognized. She's a very capable woman and single-handedly handled the magazine to make it the success it has been, so she must be recognized for that. We had a very good marketing team led by 2 gentlemen, Ronnie Wanyela, please come forward. They want them to see you very well. And Douglas is putting on shades for swag, I think, but we thank you very much for the work done. We had, do we have Patricia here? For the registration and delegates, but she led that team very well. We must recognize her. One of the most important committees we had was finance, and this was led by none other than Gloria and Aguirre. Her reputation precedes her. She's very diligent and very committed and very strict. So she led us very well to make sure we don't go over budget or do any other activities which are not necessary. So we appreciate her so much. We had the Health, Safety, Emergency Preparedness Committee, led by Brian Quizera, which I'm also a member. And we had a third member who is having a function, a introduction or wedding function, so he's not able to attend. Daniel Zamunye, so he's not here, but we appreciate them as well. We had the venue committee who have been helping us set this all up, led by Esther Namubiru, together with Stephen, the secretary, have been serving on that committee. We appreciate them. And then, who have I missed here? Yes, the letters team. We had also, yes, a team following up for the communication letters, all that. Angelina, the secretary for the association, supported by Rachel, Frankie, myself, and the two volunteers kindly step forward. We have Rogers, Musema, and Calvin. So these are volunteers, they're young men fresh from the university, full of energy, and they've been giving us good products in form of letters and phone calls to our members and sponsors. So thank you very much, Calvin and Rogers. And then finally, I must thank, not finally, but second to final, is the EC itself, who have led us in, I should say, a very diligent way, led by our very own president, Mr. Sunday Achidri, together with the vice president, Rachel Natukunda, yes, and Gloria and Angelina as well, who is standing behind, so you don't see her, but please come forward, yes. That's her. So that's the EC who have been leading us and making sure we do the meetings, they push us, making sure we share on the social media and all these things. So I appreciate them very much. And then I don't think I'm a big enough drum to drum for the team across the border, so I'll just request the president to recognize our counterparts from Tohasa and WASPAC and the other teams from Somalia, South Sudan, to recognize them. Okay. All right, so I think just to thank everyone once again for making this happen, and I hope we have had a happy time here. So thank you very much once again, and I wish us all, those who are traveling back to wherever they are going, different countries, I wish you safe journeys, and for us who are staying here, I wish you all the blessings and yeah, happiness and health. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Sisto. Sisto has been the chairperson organizing. I know it has not been easy. And I'll request the organizing committee, you can take your seat. Thank you so much for the sacrifice, commitment. Maybe you just have a photo before you leave the podium. Commissioner, can you join women in safety? Let's have that quick photo moment, then we can go to the next program. We are going to do this briefly. All right, thank you so much. I will now request the Commissioner, you can join us on the podium. There's a quick session. I would request. We are going to announce the host for the next East African Community OSH Conference. I will request the Vice President of SAU to take us through this within a minute. Thank you.
Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rachel Natkunda, Vice President of the Safety and Health Association of Uganda. Thank you for bearing with us through this session and all these 2 days. So at this moment, we shall be announcing the next country that will be hosting this event. And I would like to invite the executive of WASPAC to join us and the TOHASA members that are here as well. WASPAC executive, in a minute, please join us. As they join us, I'm sure we all had the genesis of how this came up. It was a group of a few young leaders that thought this idea would become something big, and I want to believe we have delivered, and Uganda has set the bar high. The Kenyans are saying very high. So maybe someone guess which country you think is going to be hosting us next. Are we sure? How much are you betting? Yeah? Which country? Somalia? Eswatini? Okay, how many say Kenya? How many say Somalia? How many say Swatini? Oh, wow. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but the country that will be hosting the next East African OSH conference will be Tanzania.
wish ningemwona Magufuli, nipige magoti, nimpongeze hadharani. Yani rais wa muungano wa jamhuri, mchapakazi hachoki, anayepinga nani?
The Tanzanians that are here, please.
Ametubu shabikwa.
Are there some Tanzanians that are not up here? Please come and receive this responsibility. And please, when we come to your country, revenge.
Daraja Kigamboni, airport imeshajengwa. Acha nikupongeze kwa Air Tanzania. Sidi baba tuongeze, Air basi Bombardia. Zana digeji tutele, usafiri unasinzia. Acheni tu niwaeleze, Magufuli kapania. Hodari Magufuli, cheza nipone, tupenda wabanecho. Magumu acheni, hodari, asacheza nipone, jembe toka Chato. Magufuli ndo rais wa wanyonge, aga mpole mtu wa dini hajachoka, tunashukuru. Amesame mara 70, mapiko chasa yupo huru. Wa Tanzania.
All right. Thank you so much, Rachel, for leading that session. And congratulations. Yes. I would request the two presidents of the one for WASPAC and TOASA to remain on the podium. The rest of you can take your seats. Thank you so much. We are surely coming to the end of this session, but before that, I will give 2 minutes each to the two leaders here to really make their closing remarks. Then I can invite the commissioner to come and wrap this up.
Habari ya jioni. Good evening, everyone. Are you enjoying? Yeah? Kenyans are saying not so much. Yes, thank you very much. Kenya, we have elections next year, team. So in the month of August, we have elections in Kenya. So we don't want to inconvenience the conference. We want the conference to continue moving on. So therefore, as executive, we have done what we call risk assessment. And therefore, we have done it very well. We do what we call mitigation measures before anything happens. So therefore, Kenyans, bear with us, executive. Distinguished guests, delegates, partners and speakers and participants, as we come to the close of this inaugural East African Conference, Occupational Safety and Health Conference, I extend my sincere appreciation under the theme Building Resilient, Inclusive Workplaces, OSH for formal and informal economies. Our discussions have reaffirmed that workplace safety and health is not only a legal obligation, but also a foundation for productivity, dignity, and sustainable development. The insights gained here should not remain within these conference walls. Let us return to our respective countries and organizations committed to strengthening OSH systems, protecting workers, and fostering a culture of prevention across all sectors of our economies. I commend the government of Uganda, our partners, sponsors, speakers, and all delegates for their dedication and active participation. Together, we have laid a strong foundation for greater regional collaboration in advancing occupational safety and health within the East African community. May the partnerships formed here continue to grow, and may our collective efforts create safer, healthier, and more resilient workplaces for all. I finish by saying, mwebale nyo okutwaniriza obulungi tuja kudamu ukija nate. Thank you very much. Safe travels for those who are traveling. And I look forward to meeting you next natural gathering in Tanzania. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, guys. Are you excited? Kenya? Are we meeting in Tanzania? Uganda? Somali? What about our friends? From Mswatini? Are you guys coming? Thank you so much. South Sudan? Are you guys going to come to Tanzania? Thank you so much. First of all, I'm super excited. I'm so happy this evening. So I think my speech will a little bit be adjusted because of excitement and happiness. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm so honored today and happy that Tanzania will be the next host of our East Africa community. And we have been here for 2 days and we have been discussing, but Franklin has shown us our roadmap, what all of us are going to do differently. So I believe this will be shared. Let's champion this because together it's only when we are able to achieve this goal which we are preaching every day. So as we can see, East Africa is not just talking about safety and health, we are building it together. I want all of us to look around. Take a moment, turn around to the person next to you, at least 2 or 3. Let me see you turning to your neighbor. Let me see you turning, 2 or 3. Can you shake hands? So guys, remember, these faces you are seeing are the future resilient and inclusive workplaces. Each handshake you have made is not only a handshake, it's a partnership. For the 2 days we have been seated here, each note you have taken during these 2 days is more than a reminder. It's a seed for action. So let's go out there and champion this seed to grow. I challenge all of you, before you leave Kampala, try to do something which is local. If you don't know, ask. Ugandans, all of them are here, a lot of them. Ask, what can I do so that I can mark? It will be a memory that when I was in Uganda, I did this and that. So as TOHASA president, I leave you with this thought. Safety is not a policy on paper. It is a culture we live every day, like the CEO mentioned it all. Let's go back to our countries, ready to transform workplaces, protect life, and inspire the next generation of OSH leadership. Before I step down, let me ask, I know we are here, we've been enjoying. How many are not yet members of any of the 3 associations? Just raise your hand. Not yet a member. Okay, very few. 2, 3, perfect. As I always say when I'm in Tanzania as well, we are stronger together. If we come together into these associations, we are able to make this difference which we are looking forward. There was a time once one of the very influential person asked me when we started 2 years ago, you're talking about this TOHASA. How many are you? And I remember by that time we were like 24 people. It was so discouraging at first because he was mentioning, what change are you able to bring? How many OSH professionals are in Tanzania? More than thousands. And how many are you? We were like 24 people. And he was like, so what difference are you going to make? But yet it was not discouraging. Here we are. And this evening, please, I'm encouraging you as we leave here, make sure you bring 5 members into your associations. Because once we are many, the voice of many, people can hear, they can listen when we make noise together. So after saying this, I don't want to take a lot of your time. because I'm excited. You know, I can speak and speak. But let me take this opportunity to thank Madam Commissioner, Dosh, Uganda. You've been always supporting us, and I truly appreciate this. But also, Dosh, Kenya, really, you guys, with this support, you are making us feel we can do this, and you are really energizing us. Shao President and Shao members and Ugandan citizens, thank you so much for having us. WASPAC, thank you so much for coming. And my Tanzanian friends, my TOHASA members, thank you so much for joining this movement. I appreciate. And let's go back home and be the champion, because we are here. So we are the first committee. You are guys, I think nationally will be the organizing chair committee. Yes. So asanteni sana, and let's celebrate this big step we are having. And let's continue to push for our East Africa community, OSH. Thank you so much. Good evening.
Thank you so much, Caroline. Delegates, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I am standing between the commissioner closing this session, and I'm told there is a cocktail that has been organized, sponsored by Uganda Breweries. So please don't be in a hurry to leave the room. We extend the networking in the next room. Uganda Breweries, my former employer, I worked there for over 15 years. And I handed over to Joseph, who is really doing well. I am proud of that. Joseph and the team, Dale and Jody, thank you so much for coming and for the support. We really do appreciate. Continue to champion that proactive approach to safety. And as we all committed that you should share the learning, don't do it alone. We all need. But before I invite the commissioner, just a few remarks. First, to appreciate the delegates for really sitting tight for the last 2 days. I know it has been a packed program, but because you really wanted to gain this knowledge, to share your experience, you have sat for all these hours. We do thank you. For the speakers, I want to thank you for impacting that knowledge. I do believe that the presentations and all the other materials will be shared to all the delegates. I request that you do check that you provided your email address at the registration desk, so that you should be able to receive these materials as part of the package without any cost. To the sponsors, exhibitors, thank you so much. We couldn't do this without your support. We really do appreciate, and we commit that we will come back to you to try and see how we can bridge, create a relationship and also return this favor in a way that will impact your organizations. Please do extend our appreciation to the leadership team. OSH for all, and OSH is a fundamental right for everybody. We have all agreed that we should be inclusive as we are approaching this. Someone raised a question, all our discussions have been centered around formal and informal. How about the colleagues who fall outside that bracket? How about the unemployed? So I think we should expand our discussion, that the word inclusion should include the people who are outside the bracket of the formal and the informal, so that we transform this and we move together. We all agree that there are gaps, and we are going to bridge this gap, and it requires us to provide practical and affordable OSH interventions to reach the informal, small businesses, and the vulnerable group, including those who are not within that sector. We all need to agree that we can start with that smallest and affordable solution as it was presented. We agreed that we should encourage preparedness. We all know the world is changing so fast, and we should anticipate the emerging risks and respond to that, like climate change, technological changes, artificial intelligence. These are all risks. We should prepare and counter them. We should continue to strengthen the collaboration among the East African countries. We'll expect that South Sudan Association, the association in Somalia, the one to be born in Rwanda, they join this movement and we sign a pact that will deliver solutions across East Africa, because our problems are the same, before we extend it to the rest of Africa, including DRC, Burundi, so that it is inclusive East Africa. We all have a shared responsibility. That is why the government officials have been with us here for the last 2 days. They acknowledge that partnership is very important for us to address these issues. So the government, employers, workers, the professional associations, and the communities must all commit to move from writing on papers, sitting in the room and listening to action. So it is that movement that will advocate for commitment to action. And this time next year in Tanzania, we should be sharing the success stories from the declarations, from the commitments we made in this conference. And indeed, the post-conference legacy team that will be set up will address that. The call to action here is let this conference just become, not be one of those usual conferences where we come and sit, we discuss, we partake what is provided, enjoy the ambience, and leave this room with nothing. All right, together let us build a safer, a healthier, resilient, and inclusive workplace where not worker has to choose between earning a living and staying safe. On behalf of the program coordinator and the MCs, I would like to apologize for the chair. The chair for the session, who was supposed to handle the last program. Because of time, we could not be able to do that. We received the presentation and the paper presentation for the last session, but unfortunately, due to time constraint, we could not. But we commit that we are going to share the material with everybody. And in future, we organize a webinar so that the authors or the presenter can take us through. That said, I want to take this opportunity on behalf of the Health and Safety Association of Uganda and on behalf of the leadership of WASPAC and TOHASA and on behalf of all the committee organizing, I want to take this opportunity to welcome the Commissioner of Occupational Health and Safety, Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, to come and close this session. She's coming on her own behalf. She's also wearing the shoes of the Permanent Secretary and the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development. Please put your hands for the Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Director Dosh Kinya, presidents and representatives of TOHASA, WASPAC, and the other OSH associations of Somalia, Eswatini, South Sudan, distinguished sponsors, partners, experts, presenters, international delegates, ladies and gentlemen. We have reached the conclusion of an intense and engaging two-day conference through the keynote addresses, the presentations, the panel discussions, we have collectively looked at the current status, the progress we have made, and the gaps that we still have to address as a region. It has truly been an eye-opening 2-day session, and I believe that we have left with a lot of reflections and food for thought. Without going through all the details of all that was shared today, I will just ask each of us in this 1 minute to write down at least one thing that you will do after you leave this place and return to your workplace. I say write it down because many times when you just think it, you don't do it. But if you have written it maybe in your journal or something, then at a future date when you look at it, you'll be convicted to do something about it. On behalf of the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, I speak on behalf of the Permanent Secretary, Mr. Chibenge. I would like to thank the National Planning Committee, constituted of SHAO and DOSH representation. Thank you so much for your seamless coordination. It was evidenced in the way this event was executed. I would like to thank the sponsors and partners who have made this event a success. Thank you very much. The exhibitors, your stalls added flavor to the room. Thank you very much. Of course, our cultural performers, as was mentioned by the organizing chair, your performance also was significant in the day 1 event. Personally, as I go back, I know that I have been challenged on so many fronts, but one particular thing that comes to mind is through the discussions, I thought I need to do something about the maids in my community and in my family. So I want to see how I can reach that informal sector with the story of Osh, with the message on Osh. That is something that I personally will carry back home. As we come to the end of this event, I am reminded of the question that was posed. I think it was a rhetoric question, but it comes back to mind, and I request that we all continue to think about it. What is the true measure of economic progress? Because we were told development should not come at the cost of human life and dignity. So I request us to continue to reflect on that and see what indeed proper economic progress should look like. I hope the conversations that we have held today do not end here. Let us take the lessons, let us act upon them, and continue to enrich our different frameworks, whether at the national level or at the workplace level. To Tohasa, I congratulate you very much on the mantle that you have taken, and we promise as a country we shall support you. As an institution, DOSH, I'm sure SHAO will support, and all the practitioners in Uganda will be there to see this event even taken to another level in 2027. To all our international delegates, I would like to say safari njema ya kurudi nyumbani, wajumbe wapendwa. The DOSH stall had a few souvenirs for a few of our international delegates. I hope those of you who managed to reach the stall got that little souvenir so that you don't forget about us when you go back home. With those few words, it is now my honor, on behalf of the Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, Mr. Chibenge, to declare this inaugural East African Community Occupational Safety and Health Conference officially closed. For God and my country.
Wow. Thank you so much, Madam Commissioner, for the wonderful remarks. And now that the conference is officially closed, I think we need to have one more photo, the camera people, 2 more photos with the presidents. I'm going to request the DOSH commissioner from Kenya to join the team up there so that we can have that official shot taken. As they are taking that shot, I want to encourage us to do one more round to the stalls. Dosh Uganda at their stall has a surprise for especially the guests that are coming in from other countries. So please make it a point to pass by that stall so you don't miss out on what package they have for you. But we also have our regulator, the tax regulator, the Uganda Revenue Authority in the house. They do have a
You felt the scale of what's coming. Kawalega Petro-based Industrial Park is open for business, and your expression of interest will be your first step in. Before the window opens, get ready. Visit the KIP Investor Portal at kip.unoc.com and download your free expression of interest investor guide with everything you need to prepare in one place. Your company documentation, your project details, your track record, your commitment to Uganda, all laid out step by step. Have a question before you begin? Reach our investor relations team at support.kip@unoc.com for any support. Invest in KIP, invest in Uganda. Kawalega Petro-based Industrial Park, a project by the Uganda National Oil Company, UNOC.
Experience the future.
In a world where progress and infrastructure development is constant, there is a need to strike a balance to adhere to the principles of sustainable development. Geotopic Consults is an environment and social safeguards practice incorporated in Uganda since 2014. And it's our core mandate to ensure that as we execute services for our clients, we ensure that the people who work for us and with us, the communities within which we operate, and the environment are safeguarded.
We operate in 5 major core areas, and first core area is environmental management. And that's where we do impact assessments, that's where we do audits, that's where we do social baselines. The other core area that we operate in is in terms of planning and policy, and that's where we do feasibility studies and baselines and ensuring that we characterize the environment and the receptors are really taken care of in terms of ensuring that we have appropriate mitigation measures. And the third area that we work in is health and safety. A health environment and a secure environment, both for people, but then also the people that at the workplace is very, very critical. And we support our clientele to ensure that health and safety is at the heart of everything that we do. We do also support our clientele in terms of ensuring ISO training and preparing the requisite plans and policies and procedures and documentation for our clientele to be able to secure certification, for example, health and safety, environment management, and quality standards. Last but not least, we are into policy, research, and advocacy. We do a lot of research in terms of agriculture, in terms of education, extension to inform intervention, to inform change, to inform policy. That's also an area that we have worked with our clientele, both national and international level. Importantly, we draw on a critical mass of researchers and associates, both within Geotropic, but also in academia, both at national level, but also at national level, to be able to tailor and come up with appropriate solutions and products and services to our clientele.
We are also members of the UN Global Compact, where we espouse the principles of sustainability. We have been able to offer services in the entire energy sector. Talk about generation, transmission, and distribution. We've been able to offer services in that subsector, and more recently, we've been involved and are continuing to get involved in activities in the oil and gas space in Uganda. Geotropic Consults calls upon you to continue working with us for a sustainable future.
Experience the future of driving. Advanced collision warnings keep you safe. Smart systems that detect driver fatigue, lack of seatbelt use, and active phone usage. Track smarter, drive safer.
The next OSH.
In a world where progress and infrastructure development is constant, there is a need to strike a balance to adhere to the principles